Fetteresso Wind Farm inquiry. We closed yesterday having heard the applicant's case and its response to questions from others on the topic of the proposed development's effects on landscape character and visual amenity. We also heard the council's evidence in chief on the same topic. Today, the applicant will cross-examine Mr. Steele, the council's landscape witness, and depending on progress, we may also be able to hold the first hearing session later today on planning and renewable energy policy. Now, before I hand over to Mr. Innes, does anyone have any questions about today's proceedings? Okay, I'll hand over to you, Mr. Innes. I wonder if we could aim for take a break around 11 o'clock this morning, if that's okay.
I think Mr. Finley wants to have a word.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Finley. I beg your pardon.
Yes, so I reserved my position yesterday in case I had any thoughts overnight, and I had two additional questions for Mr. Steele. One of them concerns the background to his understanding of the existing turbines at Mid Hill. And before I asked him that, I just wondered whether Mr. Innes had any further information on that issue. It doesn't look as though he does. So I'll ask Mr. Steele to deal with that. And the second is just a point about where the Highland boundary fault line runs. So if I could just deal with those two questions, they'll be very short indeed.
Yes, please do. Do proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Steele, we must be very careful not to be unmuted at the same time. So my first question, Mr. Steele, is relating to the existing turbines at Mid Hill. What's your understanding as to the height of those turbines?
The original application had 5 turbines at 110 metres and the remainder at 125. There was a subsequent application to raise those 5 turbines to 125 as well, which was consented. And therefore, the assumption was that the scheme went ahead with all turbines being at 125 metres. I checked this on the Fred Olsen Renewables website, and that confirms that there are 25 turbines, and it says that the rotor diameter is 93 metres and the height of the towers is 78.5, which gives a total height of 125 metres. So my understanding is that all of the existing 33 turbines on the Mid Hill site are 125 metres.
Thank you. If we move on to the next, the second question, and people will need CD 6.9a, which they'll probably have had access to already, but they will also need CD 1.11.23, which is a geology map, which they may need to download. So just pause for a moment, Mr. Steele, whilst we're going first to CD 6.9a and then it's CD 1.11.23, which is AI figure 10.10 for those using hard copies. Thank you. Mr. Steele, if you could talk us through those two CDs, please, to make your point.
Just turn your video on.
Right, I'm on video now. If we go to the bottom of page 1 of the Summits and Plateau Aberdeenshire Landscape Character Type 29 description, it says under landform, this landscape is mainly underlain by granite and comprises smooth, rounded hills. Its distinct southern edge, which marks the line of the Highland boundary fault, a location where the dramatic change from lowland landscape to mountains is most visible, is, however, comprised of quartz mica schist, with intrusions of slate giving rise to steeper slopes. Now, we then turn to the solid geology plan. This seems to illustrate this. I'm not a geologist, but this would seem to be illustrating this point in that to the top left of the drawing, we have the largely pink coloured areas, which are the granites. And then to the bottom right of the drawing, we have the pale blue, which is a schist. And then we have the yellow, which is a grit formation. But there, that shows that transition between the mainly granite upland plateau area and the alignment of the Highland boundary fault. And as can be seen from the layout, the proposed turbines, some are within the granite area and some are within the area out with the granite area.
Thank you. And I think you gave your evidence about the Highland boundary fault yesterday. So those are both my questions over to Mr. Innes now.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Finlay, and apologies once again. Over to you, Mr. Innes.
Yeah, so I had two preliminary points that I wanted to raise that unfortunately Mr. Finlay got in first. There's two matters I wanted to raise. The first is that you posed a question to Mr. Denny about whether there were ongoing discussions with the CAA about aviation lighting. And
yes.
So you must have had a crystal ball because yesterday we received a response from the CAA and I am duty bound where there is material that is potentially relevant to you to make you aware of that. And that's the rules. We have not been manipulating or trying to get it for this week or anything. It's just come back. The position is that they would potentially require 2 turbines to be lit, 7 and 10. And we will send you the documentation to confirm that during the course of today. It doesn't affect my cross-examination of Mr. Steele because we're agreeing on aviation lighting. But I felt it was important for the parties giving evidence tomorrow to understand what progress we've made on that particular aspect in case they wanted to consider it. So I felt it was important to let you know at the earliest possible opportunity that I could do so in relation to the matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes.
And secondly, as regards the tip heights of the existing mid-hill turbines, I've obviously taken advice. The environmental statement is clear and unambiguous as to what its position is on this, that there are turbines of 110. We will produce a plan of that, and the extent that we actually spoke also to the team who are operating to confirm that. So we will give you the full confirmation of that in due course. As far as we're concerned, the environmental statement is accurate. It tells you that there's been a mix of turbines and that they have properly been considered as part of the environmental report that's been produced. The request for clarification, and we'll ensure that that is provided so that you have a clear position on that. So, as I say, we stand by what's in the environmental statement and will provide a plan confirming the position.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So can
right.
I just ask in respect of that, when that plan is likely to be produced? Because clearly it's potentially a matter of some importance where these 5 smaller turbines are, if they exist.
Indeed. Mr. Innes, are you able to say when that plan may be available?
It's currently under preparation as we speak. I'm hopeful that we might be able to have it by lunchtime.
By lunchtime. Thank you very much. Is that okay, Mr. Findlay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, over to you, Mr. Innes, to cross-examine Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Steele.
Good morning, Mr. Innes. Nice to see you.
Yes. I'm going to open by perhaps just, you're not going to need lots of documents for this initial section of discussion, apart from CD 614, which is your inquiry report. What I propose to do initially is just set down, as far as my understanding of the position is, in relation to our agreement and disagreement in relation to effects. In terms of, we've already agreed a statement of agreed matters, that's correct, at CD 10.9, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. And we're largely agreed on methodology, but there's one methodological matter which I'll raise with you that's in your report. But when we turn to the significant effects at viewpoints, we're agreed that there would be a significant effect at viewpoints 4 and 11.
That's correct.
And in relation to viewpoint 5, we have a disagreement. And the extent of that disagreement is that effectively we have assessed viewpoint 5 as a moderate effect. And I don't want to go into all the detailed methodology, but the methodology within the EIAR is such that that's on the threshold of significance, and some moderate effects may be significant and some not significant. Is that your understanding?
That's correct, and I would apply a similar methodology.
And so the applicant's position is it's on the threshold of significance, and your position is it tips over into being significant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. And in terms of, we'll come on to other matters, but in terms of the landscape effects, your evidence is that they may extend somewhere between 5 to 7 kilometres. And I just want to get 2 passages. I'm not going to ask you detailed questions on these at the moment, but if we could first look at paragraph 6.1.3.
I have it.
And we see there, this is your opinion of the geographical extent of significant landscape effect. And you said it extends beyond 5 kilometres at the additional information report. Figure 4.2 west of Lerno, but a proposed development would have a substantially more characterising effect on existing 1 and 2 at a distance of 5.4. We then see a further comment, likewise in the reported figure 422A, viewpoint 4 can amount with a scale of the proposed development contribute to the characterising effect at a distance of 6.4. We see that. And therefore, you say, therefore, significant landscape effects could extend into the areas coloured orange midway between 5 and 10 kilometre radii of AIR figure 4.3. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, I'm just, at this stage, I'm not cross-examining, I'm just trying to lay out the context for when we get into the detail. And then if we also look at 6.1.8, and again, we're still in, I think as I understand it, to be in the landscape section. We see there that at 6.1.8, you say at the bottom of 1.8, however, in the opinion of MSC, this statement should include Knockhill to the south of Droophill with significant effects extending beyond 5 kilometres to include the area west of Newmill, including viewpoint 11 and Drumlithie, coloured orange on AIR figure 4.3. So again, when we get to that discussion, that's an area that you've identified specifically as one that we are in dispute about, potentially.
Correct.
Yeah. In terms of residential settlements, we're in agreement that Ockham Blay and Our position in the report is it would be residential receptors to the northern part of Ockham Blade with views of up to the site that would be potentially significantly affected. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah. The other area where hopefully we've got agreement is the road at Brazer Glenbervie and the residential receptors that we've identified. We're agreed on the significant effects there.
Yes.
Yes. And insofar as the other aspects are concerned, in terms of local roads, we'll come to look at those, but that's an area of current disagreement in terms of whether or not there's a significant effect on some of those local roads, correct?
That's correct.
In terms of aviation lighting, we're in agreement, and that's not a matter or a ground of objection by the council, is that correct?
Correct.
And equally, impacts on special landscape areas, again, is a matter which has been agreed and is not significant.
Correct.
Thank you. And would it be fair to say that within that little discussion, we've summarised effectively what is between us in relation to both visual and landscape effects?
It would seem so, yes.
And it would be fair to say, taken in the round, would you agree that effectively these are at the margin of an assessment of whether yours or anybody else's, that those disagreements are absolutely at the margin of assessment?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that with clarity. I couldn't hear exactly what you said.
Yeah. What I'm suggesting to you is that the extent of disagreement is really at the margin of assessment. You're suggesting, for example, the landscape effects marginally go slightly further, and we're in disagreement at one visual receptor and local roads. I would suggest to you that taken in terms of the environmental impact report as a whole, assessing landscape and visual matters, that the disagreements between us are relatively narrow. Would you agree that?
Yeah, they're clearly defined, I would say.
Now, I want to deal with one methodological issue that you raised at paragraph 6.1.9 of your inquiry report, please.
Sorry, which paragraph?
6.1.9.
I have it.
And what your concern is at the end of the paragraph, if I look at just above 6.2, that's the conclusion is that you're concerned that the addition of Mid-Hill 1-2 to Mid-Hill 1 increase the magnitude and extent of significance, and the addition of Fetteresso would add incrementally to these effects. So what you're concerned about is incremental effects in combination with Mid-Hill 2 and 1 have potentially not been assessed. Is that your position?
Yes, it's the combined effect of the proposed Fetteresso wind farm with the existing Mid-Hill wind farm.
Can I ask you to look at Appendix 8.1 of the LBI methodology, and that's CD 1.6.13, please?
Sorry, what was the CD number?
It's CD 1.6.13.
I have it.
And if we go to page 7 of the this appendix, paragraph 8.1.46, do we see under the first bullet point the comment that the cumulative landscape and visual effects of wind farms tend to arise in 3 reasonably distinct ways? And we see that firstly, the effect of an extension of an existing development or positioning of new development such that it would give rise to an extended and or intensified impression of the original wind farm, the landscape, as seen from fixed locations. Do we see that as a part of the methodology, that was a matter which was given specific identification within the methodology for this assessment.
That's what it says, yes.
Yeah. And in the case of Fetteresso, the nearest cumulative occur at mid-hill 1 and 2, so this effect is likely to occur, but will be assessed as part of scenario 1, which is part of the LVI baseline 1.
That's correct.
Yeah. So that very effect of how and whether this particular proposal extended or intensified the existing was a matter directly considered as part of the environmental impact assessment report. And can I now ask you to have before you the original landscape and visual assessment, which is in chapter 8, which is PD 1.2.8.
I have it.
And could I ask you to look at page 10 of the cumulative baseline, please, which is on 8.10, paragraph 8.5.38.
I have that, yes.
So just to be clear, that within that cumulative baseline, in scenario 1, i.e. under the landscape and visual assessment in the baseline, mid-hill and mid-hill 2 are specifically identified as being taken into account.
That's correct, yes.
And I'm not going to go through the whole list because some of the schemes are less relevant to assessment than others. But it's perhaps worthy, before we go on and look at other aspects, that there are a number of schemes called, we'll just put them, they're almost in order there, Jacksbank, Droop Hill and Hership Hill are all engaged in what I might call certain of the visualizations that are in proximity to Fetteresso. Would that be fair to say?
That's correct, yes.
Those are the ones that are immediately effectively to the south and east of the proposal, and we'll obviously see them as we see some of the visualizations. But in terms of their nature, can we look at table 8.3 just to get an understanding and character of the nature of the turbines proposed or constructed within that landscape?
So can I just interrupt Mr. Innes for a moment, because I missed his reference to the document, in fact. My apologies. He slightly crackled when giving us the reference. So.
Sorry, if you could. Absolutely. It's CD 1.2.8. It's chapter 8 of the original EIAR. And Mr. Steele, if we just go on table 8.3, the nature and character of the particular turbines are described both with the number of operational and the number which are the blade tip to height. So we see Jacksbanks is 99.5 meters tip height, Droop Hill 99.5, and Hership Hill 79. And we see there in Hership Hill, one's operational and 2 have been consented at 79.
That's correct.
And have you seen, for example, Hership Hill operating?
Just a second.
If you wanted to look at a good viewpoint would be Flock and Blake.
I'm just trying to figure out which one. Sorry, can you take me to a visualization, did you say?
Yeah, it's the supplement one. It's the last in the bundle that you, I think, looked at with it's figure 435A, CD 11236, Fokker Blade.
Sorry, I'm just downloading it. What do you say? Yes, I can confirm that I saw it in, well, I would have seen it when I was at the viewpoint that's shown here. I don't have a particularly strong recollection of it, I must admit.
Well, no, no. Others may have in terms of to that particular viewpoint. But insofar as that turbine 78 meter 79 to tip, have you got any estimation as to how fast or the rotor speeds that it gets up to?
No, I don't.
Would you guess?
No, I'm not inclined to guess. That would be inappropriate.
So one of the issues there is you raise issues about these matters in design terms, but you can't even comment on a turbine of 79 meters of height as to roughly the speed it goes at under full wind conditions.
No, I've had a look to see whether I could find any information on relative rotational speeds, but I haven't been able to find it for different turbine rotor diameters. So it's based on experience and seeing it in the field where smaller turbines clearly rotate faster than larger turbines.
But the Herschel turbines, an Enercon E48, I mean, you can internet Google that from Enercon and it'll tell you what the speed is, which is about 34 revolutions per minute at peak wind. Is that not something you've...
Well, I don't think Mr. Innes should be giving evidence. His witness could have given evidence on this if he'd wanted to. Mr. Innes shouldn't give evidence.
Yes, it does seem a little inappropriate, Mr. Innes, to suggest that.
Well, I'm asking, he wasn't able to give any evidence other than it was faster. This is a matter that he's raised in evidence, and I'm quite surprised that he's, on one view, doesn't even have a basic appreciation of the general rotor speeds of different types of turbines if he's going to raise the issue. He said that he looked on the internet for information. I think that information is readily available. So I'm very surprised that he didn't pick up that matter. So there are manufacturer specifications if he wants to look at these things. But if he wants to go into debate about rotor speeds, he should have a basic understanding. I'm quite happy.
Dennis is making a speech now. He's trying to give the simple objection is that and he's tried to give more evidence during the course of his speech as well. The simple point that Mr. Steele has raised, which in fact Mr. Denny confirmed, is that when you're looking at Mid-Hill Wind Farm 1, 2, and 3, or Fetteresso instead of Mid-Hill 3, there will be different rotational speeds. Herschel Hill, never raised by Mr. Denny, no doubt in due course we can see how far away it is from the Auchenblay and indeed from Fetteresso. But it's an entirely different matter. Mr. Innes can say what he wants in his closing submissions, and he can put the criticism to Mr. Steele, but he can't give evidence himself.
I'll perhaps ask another follow-up question. That's a question. Mr. Steele, in your professional opinion, what is the likely, is the Herschel turbine likely to go at faster revolutions per minute at full speed than the existing mid-hill turbines?
Yes, it's likely to go faster, and that was the point I was making, that the smaller the rotor diameter, the faster that the rotors tend to rotate.
Thank you. And if we can now move on, what we're going to do is you'll need 6.14, which is your inquiry report, and we're going to briefly look at the visualizations. And this will be a relatively limited exercise, and I don't intend to spend lengthy time, but I do want to pick up a few points. If we could pick off, first off, could we look at viewpoint 5, please?
I have it.
And we also have your text at 7.1.11, please.
Sorry, could you repeat the paragraph?
Yeah, it's 7.1.11. I understand that the point that you make here is that one of your points that turbines T2 and T3 are taller than just existing turbines. That's the point that you're making. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we look at effectively the relationship between Mid-Hill and Fetteresso, and it's perhaps you need to sort of I find it easier flipping between E and A. But do we see that between where there is a height difference between turbines 1 and 2, that was the first record, that's illustrated best in E.
I'm sorry, if you're trying to show me the drawing, it's not legible. Can you just repeat the question, please?
Well, I'm going to start off by looking at the relationship between 1 and 2, please.
Okay.
1 and 2 Fetteresso only is illustrated on E, and do we see a height difference between that, between 1 and 2?
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah. And if we go back to the effectively the integrated piece 423A, do we see turbines between 1 and 2 where the existing turbines are higher than 1?
Correct.
Yeah. So when we're looking at this, we should be looking at it as a complete design, and therefore it's not just the relationship between two turbines, it's the relationship with the whole, isn't it?
Correct, and you're referring to one particular turbine which is seen beyond the existing turbines, which self-evidently have smaller rotor diameters in that view.
And insofar as turbine 2 is concerned, immediately to its left, there are taller existing turbines than turbine 1, isn't there, in this view?
So you're saying that the turbines between proposed turbine 1 and 2 are taller than turbine 1?
Yes. And that helps to integrate turbine 2, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't help integrate turbine 2 because turbine 2 is clearly taller than the existing turbines that are immediately adjacent to it, and clearly it has a larger rotor diameter, and that scale difference is exaggerated because
and in this particular viewpoint, do you accept that turbine 2 helps to fill in a gap between turbines?
it fills in a gap between the turbines at that particular viewpoint, which but the scale difference is still apparent.
So it's a scale difference issue for you, rather than, yes.
It's scale difference and perspective.
I now want to look on at separate sections that read on in your position at 7.1.12. And if you could read 7.112 and 7.13. And in particular, we see at 7.1.13 that you say noted that the AIR figure 4.3 indicates that all 10 proposed turbines are visible from summits and eastern flanks of Clacton, Maidman, Nightshade, Hill of Docher, Hill of Duplex, Kenfricty, and Hen Hill. Therefore, viewpoint 5 is representative of walkers within a wider area rather than just the summit of Clacton. And in the previous section, it's probably about the walk up and down from Clacton, about the number of turbines that are potentially visible. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Can I ask you to look at CD 1.12.3, please? And that is the zone of theoretical visibility to hub height.
That's correct.
Now, if we could just start off at looking at viewpoint 5 itself, do we see that it is coloured orange, and therefore at 9 to 10 hub height is visible? You see that?
Great.
And if we come off the summit and start looking at the visibility further east, do we see that as one descends, that hub height visibility comes away relatively quickly to what can be best described as 1 to 3 hubs?
Yes, and this you may recall if you've walked up that event, that as you walk down there, you're orientated toward the wind farm, so that you're going towards it. So you'll be aware of it at the summit, and you'll be aware of it as you descend. And indeed, when I was walking up it, there were 2 separate parties who were taking a break on the ascent, and they were both within that section where you could actually see the turbines from. The other aspect to remember is that due to the rotor diameter, the hub height is the blades that are visible are still tall relative to the hub height for, say, the existing mid-hill wind farm, because the blades are longer. So therefore, there will be greater effect for a hub height view for a greater rotor diameter.
Just to be clear, what the comparison between this and figure 8 point, the following one, 4.3 shows, is that effectively there is a huge discrepancy in terms of visibility between the hubs and the tips. And the consequence of that is effectively, if we're talking about hub height and not being able to see the hubs, we don't see the towers. It is only the blades that will be visible. And that shows a remarkable difference in visibility, doesn't it, between the tips and the hub height ZTVs.
I wouldn't use your term huge, but there is a difference, and that's to be expected.
And in terms of coming off to the northeast, that's blue. Back to the northwest is blue. All around viewpoint 4 turns blue, which is 1 to 3 hub heights visible, as opposed to the blade tip ZTV. And it's also key. That's the first point. Do you accept that?
Yes, some of the areas that are clearly in orange for the blade tip reduce in terms of the extent that's visible for the hub height. Yes, that's correct.
And that also occurs in and around viewpoint 4 if we flick between figure 4.3 and figure 4.2 as well. That same picture emerges where effectively the tips are seen as far more prevalent and the hub heights are falling away very quickly in terms of the extent of visibility.
You're saying tips there, it's the full blade length that you'd be seeing at hub height level, not just the tips.
No, what I'm suggesting to you is that the blade visibility is far more extensive than the hub visibility. And what that's disclosing is that the towers and the nacelle are disappearing and all that's left is blade. So that's what is reflected in figure 4.3.
Yes, but we have to remember the relative scale of the blades that are being proposed at this particular location.
That's fine. But insofar as, I'm just going to put it to you, Mr. Steele, that effectively when we come to look at the landscape effects, that if I'm able to see the whole of the towers, the nacelle, everything, that has a greater effect in terms of landscape indirect effects than, for example, just seeing blade tips traversing perhaps a part of behind the hill. I put it to you as a general point that that is a different experience and will differently affect those landscape effects.
Yeah, you keep referring to blade tips when it's effectively anything from the full blade length to a blade tip. So we have to remember that. So it's not quite as different as you say, but yes, clearly there would be a difference, and the more of the turbines that were visible, the greater the effect is likely to be.
And really, where, if I look on as figure 4.2, the extent of where the wind farm has, shall we say, the full orange hub height visibility is well within the 5 kilometres, isn't it? If I just take figure...
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, what I'm saying is the significant coverage of blade hub height visibility disclosed in figure 2 to the west of the scheme is well within 5 kilometres.
Because the orange areas do extend out to viewpoint 4, for instance.
Yes, but if I'm talking about landscape effects, what we're looking for is the extent if all I'm getting is a view from the top of the hill, and that in itself is likely not to give rise to the landscape effect. That's more a visual effect. It's the extent and nature of the visibility that drives the landscape effect, that indirect landscape effect, rather than a viewpoint at the top of a hill. Is that not correct?
Yes, clearly the extent of landscape effects is key, but there will nevertheless be a characterizing effect at viewpoint 4.
But what we can agree is that that extends over a very limited part of the landscape and therefore is not likely to give rise to a significant landscape effect.
It's a significant landscape effect at that location and within that particular area and continuing up onto the summit of the mount there. So yes, there's a location there where there will be significant landscape effects. The extent of that area isn't substantial, but there nevertheless will be significant landscape effects within that area.
I'll now go to viewpoint 11, which is CD 1.12.30.
Sorry, can I close some of these other CDs that we've opened, or do you want to refer back to them?
I would keep your second TV around. The 112.2. Sorry, 2, 112.5.
Okay, I have viewpoint 11.
Yeah. Do we see that effectively we're looking west, and that the turbines sit behind a forested ridge?
Sorry, I think I missed the question there. Sorry, I didn't.
Do you agree that the turbines sit behind a forested ridge?
Yes, it's seen beyond the ridgeline at this point.
And insofar as the forestation is concerned, that it folds over the ridge and travels eastwards down the slopes, is that correct? In the vicinity of the wind farm?
That's incorrect in the vicinity of the wind farm. That's the Fetteresso.
And we see that depicted there. So can we agree that it sits behind that forestry that's both on the ridge line and also extends further eastwards down the eastern slope of that incline? I didn't hear the answer. Was there? Maybe we're at cross purposes there. Was that a yes?
Right. I think I was muted, unfortunately. I'll repeat what I said just in case. Mr. Denny, under cross-examination, conceded the point that the existing mid-hill turbines would be largely screened from that point because they sit behind the skyline, and that it would be the Fetteresso turbines that would be seen above the forestry and skyline at that point. So therefore, you basically see the effects come from Fetteresso rather than mid-hill.
Yeah. And insofar as we're looking at this landscape, do you agree that we're actually on a sort of we're up above, almost on a hill looking across, aren't we, in terms of this viewpoint?
We're in an elevated location, looking back towards and down towards the valley, and the minor road that follows the foot of the Bray can be seen running along the valley at that point.
Can we agree that what is before us in this particular visualization would not be described as a dramatic transition?
I'm sorry, it would be described. It forms part of that dramatic transition.
I'm asking you, if you're standing at that viewpoint looking west, is the area in which the wind turbine is situated above, is there a dramatic change in height, for example?
Sorry, there is a dramatic transition at that point, and it's visible from the far side from viewpoint.
From the... I didn't quite catch that, Mr. Steele. My hearing is terrible, so I'm sure it was audible to everybody else, but I'm actually slightly visually audibly impaired. So if you could perhaps just repeat that, I couldn't hear it. Sorry, Mr. Steele, I didn't hear your answer.
Right, I'll try again. No, I feel that there is a dramatic transition at that point.
Okay. Knowing Aberdeenshire landscapes, I would suggest that far from being a dramatic position here, that this is a fairly typical transition from upland to lowland, with, for example, an agricultural fringe dominated by grazing, for example, and other hills that we're sitting on. This isn't a dramatic change, is it?
I think the point you're trying to make is that it's not as dramatic as further to the south, but nevertheless it forms part of the skyline, which is the Highland Boundary Fault skyline that forms an escarpment that runs all the way through, and this forms part of that escarpment. And well, so dramatic is slightly emotive word, but as far as I'm concerned, I was fully aware of it, and it's something that's you're aware of from more distant viewpoints as well.
Are you aware of anybody who has described this particular part of this transition as a dramatic and defining landscape feature?
S&H refer to it as a dramatic feature, but that's more from when it's viewed in the context of the Howe of Mayns from the southeast.
Yeah.
But it's the same skyline. We're just looking at the same skyline from a different perspective.
What we'll do, we'll come back to this because it's going to be part of a further piece, but I just wanted to pick that up. In terms of anything else at this viewpoint, is there anything else that, if you were standing at this viewpoint, in terms of wind turbines that have consideration of this viewpoint?
Yeah, clearly, because you're standing next to some turbines that are located just over your left shoulder in this view.
Yeah. And in the foreground, is there anything in the foreground which perhaps indicates a form of development that's usually considered quite prominent?
I'm assuming you're referring to the pylons that run through the valley at this point.
And they are a feature if you're in and around this particular part of Aberdeenshire that you can't really miss.
Yes, as you're travelling through the valley there, they become more apparent when you're in an elevated location. Clearly, you don't see them quite to the same extent because they don't breach the skyline, but from the valley bottom, they're more prominent.
Yeah, so when you're in this, that's one of the characters. Now, in terms of your inquiry report, we did pick up an earlier reference, and I want you to just have figure 4 back again, figure 4.2, please. In fact, we'll start at 4.3, which is 112.4, and then we'll go back.
Sorry, I have figure. I have figure 4.3.
Yeah. Now, just to be clear, when you talked about the drumlithia orange, we go to viewpoint 11, and just to the south of that, there's a sort of thing that looks like an inverted cross. Is that the drumlithia orange?
Yes, that would be the drumlithia orange, yeah.
And you've based your assessment of, because this has a bearing both on your landscape case and also extent of visibility of roads, doesn't it? You've based it on this figure, which is effectively the 10K the ZTV of blade tips. That's correct. That's as you referred to in your inquiry report, isn't it?
Yes, the largely because this is a blow up of the wider drawing.
And in terms of your roads evidence, which is 7.1.16, what you talk about again is you used figure 4.3 as your reference point to say that all 10 proposed turbines would be visible from sections of minor roads. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct, yes.
And again, if we go back into figure 4.2, again, comparing the two, do we see that a lot of the orange from 4.3 disappears in the context of 4.2, i.e. 1.123, when we're talking about hub height?
That's correct.
So effectively, what that indicates, and viewpoint 11 is an indicator of what we might see, is effectively theoretical visibility of the tops of tips of blades behind a forested horizon. Is that correct?
But the point is that a lot of the orange is replaced by yellow, which is 7 to 8 turbines as well at that point, so it covers a wider area. But yes, you would see less, but we've got to remember the relative height of the turbine blades here. They're not the same as can be seen in viewpoint 11 as the mid-hill ones, so their degree of visibility would still be great at that point.
But in terms of roads, for example, to the south and around viewpoint 13, travelling westwards and northwards, effectively what we're left with is 1 to 3 at most, isn't it? Whereas previously it was much higher. So the effect that same effect is happening because of the nature and character of the screen effects of the landform that we're only getting tips.
Yes, I don't make any claims about the significance of effect at viewpoint 13 that you referred to, but the point is it's both the landscape and the roads that occupy the higher ground that's where viewpoint 11 is, where Knock Hill is, or where Hershey Hill is, for instance, or indeed Ockham Blay. It's the flanks of those summits and the flanks of those hills that face towards the wind farm that are subject to the greatest level of effect. And then to the southeast of that, there's effectively a V shadow there where the southeasterly flanks either have reduced visibility or no visibility at all.
So what I'm going to suggest to you is that you have overstated the landscape effects based on an overemphasis of assessment under figure 4.3, and that if you properly had regard to figures 4.2 and 4.3, you'd have agreed with the environmental impact report that the extent of the landscape effects would be around the 5 kilometres rather than extending to the 5 to 7 in this vicinity.
No, because when we look at viewpoint 11, for instance, which is beyond 5 kilometres, it was conceded by Mr. Denny that the existing wind farm will be largely screened at that point, and therefore the effects would be almost solely from Fetteresso itself. So therefore Fetteresso would, the magnitude of effect, there'll be no mitigation, if you like, from the existence of the existing mid-hill wind farm. So therefore the effects of the magnitude of effects from the proposed development would be all the greater. And that would be at similar levels of elevation there at Knock Hill and the associated roads associated with those positions. So the road between Auchenblay and Glenbervie, which was pointed out, and to a very much lesser extent, the road just to the north of viewpoint 11.
Yeah, I can see from figure 4.3, you've looked at it, it's orange, you've said it's significant. And of course, once it comes down to blade tips being seen on an horizon, that's a very different effect. And as we've identified, in terms of this particular landscape, it's not without its other influences too. Is it, Mr. Steele, for example, if we're talking about areas immediately to the, in the proximity of viewpoint 11, that sit underneath a 3-turbine wind farm scheme. Is that not correct?
Yes, that's why I said the effects there will be marginal.
In terms of your inquiry report, do you make any reference to the Jacks Bank, Boot Hill or Fetteresso turbine at all?
Sorry, I didn't hear that question.
In your inquiry report, which is the main, as I understand, your assessment evidence, do you make any reference to the Jacks Bank, Hershey Hill turbine or the Scoop Hill turbines?
No, I don't.
Okay. I want to now go to Auchenblay, please. And if you could keep the ZTVs out, please, as well. Thanks.
Have we finished with viewpoint 11?
Yes, we are. Thank you very much.
So have we finished with viewpoint 5?
I was going to perhaps before we go, I said we should look at viewpoint 13. Did you have a chance to look at it? Because that's an example of where there's theoretical turbine possibilities, but in reality it's tips. And I suspect that with woodland, you're not going to see anything, are you?
I'm sorry, can you tell me which, can you repeat that, sorry?
Could you look at viewpoint 13, please?
13?
Yes. Glenbervie and beyond, it's an area with theoretical visibility, but in reality, it doesn't live up to much when we get to it.
I have viewpoint 13, and as I say, I don't claim that there are any significant effects from that viewpoint.
But what it does show is, you know, you see things like Drip Hill. I'm saying there's other aspects of that which we can obviously see in a number of the visualizations. But that's an example of Drip Hill, for example, and we get a bit of Hershey Hill off to the left as well, and Jack's Bank off to the right. So we begin to see some of the visualizations that expose the existing and proposed turbines within that particular landscape character area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Now, I don't want to, I think perhaps we should be able to agree a number of matters relatively straightforward at Auchenblay, which is CD 1.12.36.
I have it.
Now, in terms of this isn't a photomontage, so we've lost other landscape context, but there will be other landscape context which is relevant to both Midhill and Fetteresso in considering this particular viewpoint. Do you accept that?
Yes, and to be honest, I'm not sure why this wasn't a full viewpoint anyway.
Mr. Steele, we might actually agree. I think it would have been quite helpful to have that as a viewpoint, but we are where we are with visualizations. But it's probably sufficient to be utilised in the field to get an indication. And the fact that there's the Herschel Hill existing turbine there and the existing Midhill probably makes it relatively easy in the field to look at that. Do you agree?
I agree.
Yeah. Herschel Hill is obviously a factor. And there is a potential proposed extension to Herschel Hill, which is in closer proximity to Auchenblay and will be noticed if one went to the particular viewpoint looking north. Correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. I suppose the point I want to make to you here is looking at figure 4.2, which is the hub height visibility again. What I suggest to you, Mr. Steele, is that the extent to which this particular view, which is the open southeast element of the wind farm, Midhill was also open to this view. It's effectively where the topographic screening is not as prominent as a consequence you see into the wind farm. Is that correct?
I apologise. Could you repeat that question? I didn't quite pick it up.
Well, the proposition I was putting to you is that effectively this is the bit of the, in terms of the overall effects of this particular wind farm, when you get a view into the wind farm without screening. We're not seeing tips behind a hill in front. It's part of the erosion. There's a Burvey Valley running east-west. The top of that is running just underneath the wind farm, and the consequence is you actually get a view up into the wind farm from this southeast location.
Yes, I'm glad you admit that it's effectively seen on the skyline at this point.
It is, yes. And insofar as that is concerned, one of the features of it is we're seeing hubs, and that differentiates it from other parts of the landscape where we're seeing far fewer hubs and we're perhaps just seeing the blades passing across topography. So what's quite useful when considering the nature and extent of how far this effect extends is to look at the hub height ZTE. Do you agree with that?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I have to repeat it again, I'm afraid. Comment.
One of the features of this particular view, which I say is the open bit to the southeast, keeping it colloquial, is we actually see a very extensive view of from the east of the hubs of both Fetteresso and the existing Midhill wind farms. if we're then looking within of how far this extends and the breadth of it, that the hub at ZTV is a pretty good indicator of understanding the nature and extent of this particular view.
Correct. I would say, though, when you look into the detail of the visibility at hub height in and around Ockham Blay, you'll see that there is only an orange area just to the southeast of the Ockham Blay, and that within Ockham Blay itself, it's either 4 to 6 or 7 to 8. But even at those levels where you were suggesting elsewhere that there wouldn't be significant effects, I think if we look at the visualization at that point, that the effects of those turbines would be significant. So that gives you an indication of what might be visible elsewhere.
No, but what I'm suggesting is, if I go immediately north, the extent of this visibility disappears on the hub height ZTV. So if I go north of Ockham Blay, it completely disappears. It's essentially a narrow view shed coming southeast out of the site, isn't it?
And the view is there's no visibility to the northwest of Ockham Blay, but visibility directly to the north, apart from just southwest of where it says Hooper Hill, but there's constant visibility all the way through up to the site itself.
Yeah, but it's a narrow one once you get north of Ockham Blay, isn't it?
Yes, but it's nevertheless it happens to be where Ockham Blay is sited.
Yeah, and it's not where when you actually live there.
Sorry, perhaps is that Mr. Clapham speaking?
No, it's Justin Burgoyne.
Perhaps this is the opportunity for the applicant to cross-examine the council's witness. I think you can save any points of clarification or questions that you may have until perhaps tomorrow morning, and allow Mr. Innes to proceed.
Okay,
Yeah.
but he needs to be factual, because where we live, it never disappears.
Okay.
Mr. Clement, I'm happy to deal with that particular point now.
Burgoyne.
Mr. Steele.
It's Mr. Burgoyne that asked the question. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Innes. It was Mr. Burgoyne that asked the question.
I think his question was, it's not if you live there because you see it all the time. No, what I'm going to say is I'm actually probably going to help Mr. Burgoyne by going to a diagram that probably illustrates, and he can go and look it up if he wants, the particular point he wants to make. And I'll make it to Mr. Steele, if that's okay.
Indeed, do proceed.
I was going to make the point anyway, so yeah. I'm going to do it in a way that perhaps helps that understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steele, could you have figure 4.18 available, please?
Sorry, what's the core document number?
It is, it will be for, add one, isn't it? It'll be 112.19.
I'm going to have to download it, so it's going to take a minute. Okay. I have it.
Great. I don't know if you've been through all the wire lines for this one.
No, not for the residential amenity.
Well, the proposition I put is that effectively that open blade view, i.e. the view up into the more open aspects, runs from just south of the properties 8, 11, 14, 18 on the south of that, and runs up to effectively property 16 in the northeast. And if you go to all those particular wire lines, what you'll see is the distinction between them and the others is that you get full-on views of turbines, whereas everything to the north and south might have the odd turbine, but is mostly tips. So that what I'm going to suggest to you, and it's something that Mr. Beckham can no doubt pick up if he wants to in evidence, is that that core visibility runs from approximately, as I say, 18 to 16 is probably the best access that gives you the extent of that same view, the open blade view up into the site. It's not as extensive because obviously it's underneath the hill and therefore it is not as extensive. But that's the view I suggest that's extending out to open blade. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Steele?
I can't comment in detail because we haven't looked at residential amenity in detail. So, but all I can say is the ZTV says what it says. So that if there's theoretical visibility, then assuming that there's no intervening screening, then the numbers of turbines visible would be as shown on this drawing.
Sir, that might be a slightly premature break, but it's a natural break in cross-examination. It probably doesn't make sense to start the capacity study, probably best done as a whole. So if this would have been a perfect time for our mid-morning break, I think it might be the time.
Okay, that's fine. So shall we take a 10-minute break and come back just before 11 o'clock? Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'll come to you, Mr. Strawn, when everybody else is back in the room. Okay. Callum, are you still on the call?
Yes, I was just going to email someone from the council to check if they were having connection issues, because that seems to
Yes,
be
that's what I was wondering too, actually.
Yeah, I've got two yellow triangles for both Mr. Steele and Mr. Findlay, which seems to suggest that there's some sort of connection issue. So I don't know if that's
Okay.
I
Are you able to do that now?
yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
I can hear you. I don't know whether you can hear me.
I can hear you, James, as well. It's Mark speaking. I think we're all up.
Oh yes, I can hear you now.
So I can hear and see you.
Right. Well, perhaps while we sort the pictures out, I see before you continue, Mr. Innes, I see that Mr. Strawn had his hand raised to ask a question. If it's on a procedural matter, Mr. Strawn, I'm happy for you to pose that question just now.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes. I'd just like to ask, could we not have the applicant's name on it? Everybody else has got their name. Why can't we have the applicant's name?
Well, I think that was just being pragmatic yesterday, that there was two people in the same room using the same camera, and it was easier just to put the applicant rather than the individual names of Mr. Innes and Mr. Denny.
We're all here. We're all here by name, so I don't see why the applicant cannot also have a name.
Right. Well, there will be other people appearing this afternoon, presumably from that Mr. Innes's office, and you know, rather than actually having to change the name all the time, I'm quite content for it to remain as the applicant.
It's just that it's a bit impersonal, and you know, everybody has a name, and
Okay.
you know, everybody who's going to speak, you know, can speak, and you know, if their name is down there, then we know who they are. And
well, to be fair to the applicant, I think each person that has spoken has introduced themselves fully. So,
okay.
And there haven't been too many of them so far. So it's either Mr. Innes or Mr. Denny, and we'll have somebody else this afternoon. Okay. Okay.
So just to say that there is a practical ability. Simply put, I have instructions not to touch anything, and I think that's a wise call. And if I do touch anything, I will get the entire blame for bringing us down and probably becoming as well. So I'm certainly not at this stage going to alter anything whilst we're in and operating. But we'll make sure that we perhaps each session we'll make sure that we introduce ourselves. So at each morning we'll introduce ourselves, or afternoon session, so that if somebody's picking up the session, they know exactly who we are and what we are. If that helps, but I'm pretty reticent to start changing our technologies because it's working.
Okay.
Thank you.
I've just had an email from Arlene Gibbs at the council, and I think they can see everybody, but for whatever reason we can't see them. So I think they're going to try leaving and then rejoining the meeting.
Okay. Will that take long? I just wonder whether we might as well just adjourn for a further 5-10 minutes.
It shouldn't take long. It should just be a couple of minutes.
Okay, well, sit tight. Thank you, Callum.
So that's, I've rejoined you. I don't know whether you can see and hear me.
I can, Mr. Finley, yes.
We're just going to do the same with Mr. Steele, who's in a separate room.
Right, okay.
So hopefully it won't take any longer than it took for me to rejoin.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you and see you. Thank you.
Excellent.
So is that everybody back in the call? Excellent. Mr. Innes, I think we can continue now. So over to you.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Mr. Steele, could you have the capacity study available, please, which is CD 3.4? I'm first going to look at with you the host landscape in which the proposed wind farm is situated relative to the study, and the findings of the character assessment on page 86 of the document, please.
I have it, and you'll be pleased to hear that I've got a hard copy, although there's a couple of pages missing, so hopefully you won't refer to those.
Given our luck this morning, I'm pretty sure it will be the missing one, but we'll see how we get on. In terms of, sorry, are you okay or?
Yes, I'm just trying to find the relevant page. So what did you say the page number was again?
86.
86. Yes, I'm there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is the landscape character type 22 on Moorland Plateau, and underneath that we get the sub landscape character area called the mouth, 22 Roman numeral 2. Correct. Is that right, Mr. Steele?
That's correct, yes.
And underneath that we get various base landscape capacity, and we see underneath landscape sensitivity medium high, and then landscape value medium high. Do you see that underneath? And they're highlighted in bold.
That's correct.
Yes. And then I get some circles along the way, and if I'm lucky, I get a coloured circle. But unfortunately, if I get a white blank, strictly I've scored 0, isn't it, Mr. Steele?
If you...
There is no capacity found in this capacity area, because whether it's for various turbine sizes, none of them are identified as having a colour in them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So it's the currently consented, and it describes Midhill very large, Meikle Carew, and in adjacent it describes various turbines. It then describes the current energy landscape types, and we've got a Moorland Plateau with no turbine, wind turbine, with occasional wind turbine, with turbine, and wind turbine Moorland Plateau. I'm presuming that's saying that throughout the landscape character area that there are various categories which the assessor has found within the character area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then we go on to the future energy landscape types, remaining landscape capacity. Again, not a very happy situation if you're a wind farm developer. It's all white circles for us, isn't it?
That's correct.
And we see that the current applications, that there's a proposal at Bogburn on the boundary, and we'll perhaps come back to that later. But if we then go on to the landscape analysis, presumably you agree that the landscape analysis gives a distinct summary of the reasons for the findings of the underlying capacity. Would that be a fair position to adopt in relation to the capacity study?
Yes, it's a summary, yes.
And do we see there that There is the mount is a distinctive landform, Highland boundary fault, integral to the identity of much of Aberdeenshire, and visible from a very wide area. Its southern flank has a high degree of visual sensitivity. Now, we may come to debate what that southern flank is, but suffice to say that that is one of the reasons for the finding of sensitivity. Do we agree?
That's great, yes.
Yeah. And the second point is that it forms a backdrop to many sensitive landscape character areas and is the foreground to the Cairngorm Massif and National Park. Again, characteristics that the authors of this report drive higher sensitivity to wind farm development.
That's correct.
And insofar as those two attributes are found, the authors say these areas, so it's not this area, is it? It's these areas would be unsuitable for wind turbine development beyond the domestic scale, less than 15 associated with farm buildings or tourist facilities, and turbines should be sited at the best of slopes. So whatever we can take from this particular passage is talking about these areas referenced above, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. We now come to the comments on consented and proposed turbines. As we see parts of the mount, and this would be consistent with the earlier bit of the character assessment, parts of the mount are already wind turbine moorland platting, and that's obviously a localized reference, I would suggest, to Mid Hill.
That would be correct, yes.
Yeah. And current proposals for further turbines would take it further over this threshold. That's the author's view.
So I didn't catch the last part of that question.
The author's view that any further turbines would take it over further this threshold. Yes. Now, the next section is a discussion of a wind farm of 3 large turbines is proposed at the Bogburn. That appears to be within the landscape character area. We'll come to look at it. In the adjoining landscape character area in the Garvick and Glenbervie LCA, 3 groups of 3 large turbines are proposed on smaller hills below the edge of the LCA. And what it then goes on to say is there is only 100 metres height difference between these hills and the hills of the mouth. They are part of the edge of the Highland boundary fault. This would exceed the capacity in this area. Now, the point I want to put to you there is that far from there being a dramatic end to the boundary fault here, what the landscape character assessment related to the capacity study identifies that actually it's the complete opposite of a dramatic, that the hills immediately adjacent to it are only 100 metres lower than the mount. Do you see that?
Yes, I see that.
Yeah. And just to be clear, so that we can understand the context of those remarks, if you go back in the document to figure 5.5b, which is immediately in my copy before page 33. Have you got figure 5.5b? Yes. Your sound's gone off on me. No. It's coming. Oh, this is like a game of at Christmas. I think I failed. I haven't got the right film. I was always terrible at charades.
Hello, I'm back online, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Right.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Innes, before we, what I was trying to say but couldn't actually unmute my mic, you were saying that there's 100 meters difference in terms of the levels. I've got the OS plan in front of me, and if we go to Tippity on that and then go to the northeast of that, there's a level on the road of 191 meters at that point, and then just above it is Leaky Hill, which is 390 meters, which is 200 meters difference in level.
Well, I could cross-examine you on your OS map. I don't think anybody else has got it. But if I take Droop Hill is at 224, Jack's Bank is at 227, and the Hill of Truster, which is in Fetteresso Forest. Well, so on that basis, the author of the capacity study is absolutely right. Because they're talking about the locations of these farms. I don't think we got to the
I'm sorry, Mr. Innes, I'm not hearing you.
Sorry. Hello? Hello? No?
I can hear you, Mr. Innes, but I don't think the reporter can.
Hello, I can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay. I'll repeat that because I also have an OS map, so we can play. Do you have one, sir? I mean, I always take the view that everyone should have an OS map because we can take it all from the visualizations or whatever, but at the scale. If we look at Droop Hill is 223 meters. Usher Hill 22.
Sorry, which hill was that?
Droop Hill 224 actually. Usher Hill 223. And Jack's Bank is 227.
Yes, I see that.
And if I go to Hill of Truster, which is part of the Fetteresso Forest, and there's a triangle on that, that's 321.
Okay, but you're going from one hilltop to another hilltop rather than the difference between the height of the escarpment itself and the road running along the base of the escarpment, the levels I'm quoting, and then quoting the Leaky Hill, which is just at the top of the escarpment at that point at 390, and there's a 200 meter difference there. Now, it may vary along that edge, but it's in that order of, say, 175 to 200 meters all the way along that edge. You're taking it between a high point and a high point.
But what the point is the author's making is that the distinction between the lower hills immediately to the southeast of that location, which is our wind farm, if I take Hill of Truster 321 in the north, Lecky Hill is the high landscape feature which we, I think, discussed yesterday, which provides blocking and screening topography. And when I come down to Turf Hill, which is a hill that I know you're keen to discuss, it's at 302. So in terms of the one that's slightly out of kilter, Leaky Hill's the landform with Craig and Dara that provides that higher element of relief to the essentially the east. But then we've also got Hill of Truster and Turf Hill coming down to a level of 300, doesn't it?
Yes, but from the site visit, it was apparent that Turf Hill sits down below the majority of the site, as you're probably aware.
And did you get to figure 5.5b?
Sorry, what was the CD reference for that?
We're going to stay in the capacity study for the next donkey's years. Okay. So it's just keep the capacity study out. We'll be going to various bits of it with add-ons. So it never goes away.
So different question then, what page is figure 5.5b on?
Page 33, it's opposite page 33 for it.
I have it.
So in terms of what we have, we can see Mid Hill with turbines immediately at 22.2, can't we? It's shown on the diagram, or you can see they've depicted Mid Hill turbines in a sort of rather odd fashion, but they have sought to do so. You see that?
I agree, it's a slightly odd fashion. It looks like it's blurred. Yeah.
Yes, but immediately to the south of that, there are 4 red dots, which are application turbines. And in the legend below, effectively we get, as I understand it, possibly the colour depicts the height and the number is depicted within it. Would that be right? And I know you probably need a magnifying glass to even consider looking at the dots, but they do have numbers in them. I'm afraid my eyesight's so bad I have to take my specs off to see it, but they all seem to be 3, 2, 3. Do we see
I have to take your word for it. I can't make it out on my particular copy of that.
So, and also there's one, Bob Byrne is the one that probably, and I think we all have to do our best guess, Bob Byrne was probably the one that was just in the LCT, and I don't think there's I don't really see that significantly, but the 3 below roughly equate to Jacks Banks, Scoop Hill and Hershey Hill, which have in part been developed for wind farm development, haven't they?
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. And so we can directly relate the comments of the authors of the capacity study to that particular general location through that reference. Coming back to paragraph 86, is forestry mentioned in 3.86, sorry, in page 86.
I assume you wouldn't ask if there wasn't a reference, so I'm assuming there isn't a reference to forestry.
Thank you. So I suppose what you might say, this is the best highlights. It's the nice bits about, or the better attributes that the author wanted to set out in this particular part of the summary, isn't it? And that's not unusual in a character assessment to look for the best in it and to articulate that. Would it not, Mr. Steele?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
But it's quite often, if one's doing landscape character, those very positive features will feature if you were doing a summary of it, but you might have to delve deeper if you really wanted to understand the full nature of the character.
Yes, and if we go to page, so if you go to page A61, which is what I was thumbing through, there's the full assessment there for the mount, and you find that forestry is mentioned in that section, for instance, under elements and features.
I was about to go there. You've preempted my question. So when we go to A61, which is the background workings, we effectively see a lot of the positive attributes driving up higher values. And then we do find within the detailed assessment at A61 aspects which drive down sensitivity and which are acknowledged as essentially being alternative to the stronger attributes and contrast with them. And for example, the extensive conifer plantations in the east are particularly identified. We have conifer monoculture, we've got wind farms, and in that context, a series of value judgments that are balancing the higher end of sensitivity with those that are effectively lowering sensitivity. Would that be fair?
Not entirely, because if you look at the section elements and features, it mentions coniferous woodland, but still comes up with a high level of sensitivity. So it's not deemed to be wholly negative in that situation. There is another mention a bit more in terms of the section on pattern, and that still comes out as a medium level of sensitivity.
What about quality? That must be quite relevant in dealing with sensitivity. What effect does the forestry have on quality?
I don't see a reference to quality in this particular assessment.
Or quality, look under quality.
Oh, sorry. So, yeah.
So
right. That seems negative there, yes.
Yeah. So what it says there is areas of high quality, and I think we certainly, from the earlier section, we see areas of high quality, but an acknowledgement that there is lower elements of quality arising from conifer monoculture, which drops the overall quality down to medium.
Yes, but the as I was pointed out yesterday in terms of viewpoint viewpoint 4, that the way it's perceived when you're in the landscape is that it's perceived as a mosaic of forestry and open moorland. And this is largely because the higher ground is largely unplanted, and it's the lower slopes and valleys that are planted up, so that the forestry is less visually dominant within the views.
And the extent to which that defines will depend on where you are in the landscape. So, for example, if I go to the surroundings and the environs of the actual wind farm, would it be fair to say that forestry is a very dominating influence in terms of its scale and extent?
Yes, as you drive to it, but as you get to the wind farm itself, it does open out, and there are views, as I've said, of the open, unplanted, higher ground at that point.
So we've got quality being downgraded by conifer monoculture. We've got pattern being downgraded by large plantations dominating. Those are all identifying negative aspects of landscape character sensitivity that are weighing against some of the higher ones. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but as I pointed out, it didn't. In terms of elements and features, it didn't bring it down from being high at that point.
Yeah. And what this ultimately needs to do, though, isn't it? And what is in this assessment, you're taking the whole area and reaching an overall judgment over the whole of the mount. Isn't that correct? Because that's what we end up with, a judgment valuation on each characteristic that's based on assessing the whole.
That's correct, yes. And forestry is identified as a characteristic of the mount.
I want to now just look at the context of the capacity study. I'm going to go through this, picking out aspects where things have potentially moved on or not moved on. And the relevance of that is ultimately for submission, but in my submission, the environmental impact assessment report has reflected many changes that have occurred and background. And I just wanted to go through some of those with you to get your understanding of those matters. But perhaps it's pretty important to understand, where has this all ended up? What's the capacity study telling us as a document as a whole? And I want to start off by looking at the introduction piece.
I have the introduction here.
Yeah. And what I just want to sort of go through with you is the assessment of underlying capacity. And the conclusion reached in this document is that within the whole of Aberdeenshire, the assessment has determined that there are no areas of Aberdeenshire suitable for extensive wind farms with large-scale turbines.
Yes, that's the conclusion it comes to.
And in terms of understanding what that means, you need to understand the typologies, and that's set out on page 27 of the document. It's not something that I think we need to spend a lot of time on, but perhaps very briefly, if we could look at page 27.
I have 27.
Yeah. Now, in terms of large-scale turbines, do we see that that is defined as larger than 80, with very large over 125?
That's correct, yes.
And effectively, it's the combination of large-scale turbines, and I think it's a typology of extensive wind farms, but I don't quite see that as defined, but I'm presuming it's towards the larger end of the wind energy size. Is that correct?
Sorry, can you ask that question again?
Well, the summary is perhaps a little less clear because it talks about extensive wind farms rather than an actual threshold of wind energy development size. But as I understand it, we'll come on to look at it, what capacity is left. But the capacity that appears to be left is 80 to 125 in non-upland areas. Would that be fair to discuss?
Yeah, that's broadly my understanding.
And not of a large-scale wind farm. That would be the conclusion.
That's correct, yes.
So if we go on to page 2, what capacity is directed? Is it talks about the capacity for wind energy development, and then it's the main underlying capacity for development lies within some of the largest scale or extensive lowland areas, which can accommodate larger turbines, that's the 80 to 120, but not the largest sizes and not in large groupings. Is that correct? So to read it, you've got to read that opening section, and you also have to understand what's positively stated. So it does say that there's some capacity for 80 to 125, but not in large groupings. So that's effectively that is a typology. That's anything at the section 36 scale.
Yes, and I think the main focus of that is in the northeast of the county.
And that's really a key finding, is that effectively, as far as this capacity is concerned, there's no capacity anywhere in Aberdeenshire for a turbine over 125 metres.
That's correct, and that's in part because, unlike other parts of Scotland, Aberdeenshire have taken the view that the sensitivity of the upland areas is such that they wouldn't encourage wind farms in those locations.
In terms of how we get there, the part of that approach is fully set out in the introduction, which starts on page 1. It sets out in page 1 effectively the government guidance in relation to planning spatial frameworks. Do we see that?
Yes, I see that.
And insofar as that is reflective of government policy, is that a direct take from the SPP? which was effectively published in 2010.
Indeed, that's the paragraph 1.1. It opens with quoting or referring to the Scottish Planning Policy 2010.
And in terms of that undertaking that type of exercise, that's the appointment that the consultants have been asked to do. Is that correct? They've identified the guidance and prepared a spatial framework which in part reflects that 2010 policy.
And that's what it says.
And at the time of the SPP, and we've provided the background, but at the time there were the figure 1.1 states a whole series of criteria that apply, and some have survived into 2014 SPP and some haven't. Is that correct, Mr. Steele?
I think sorry, that's saying that I think that's a matter for the policy session rather than myself, because it's a policy issue.
Well, the difficulty with that is I don't think that can be correct, because this is a landscape authored document who's taking guidance from the SPP and is applying it. So, for example, if national policy says where the cumulative impact of existing consenting wind farms limit further development is a criteria taken to a spatial framework, and then that is removed, I think I'm perfectly entitled to cross-examine you on the basis of that's been removed from policy, because that's a part of the exercise that the landscape architect has undertaken in relation to the study, isn't it?
Okay, but that's the case.
But is that the case? Is it the case that part of this study set out from 2010, figure 1.1, to determine where the cumulative impact of existing consented wind farms limit further development?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, and that's one of the factors, and that's identified if we look at the drawing, figure A, and immediately adjacent. The mid-hill site is included within a hatched area, an area where significant cumulative impact limits development. You see that?
That's correct.
So very much at the heart of this assessment was the author considering how they should evaluate existing development and constrain if they thought that existing development constrained further development. Is that correct?
It was one of the factors considered, yes.
And insofar as, I mean, you appear to inquiries regularly, you must be aware that in 2014, the preparation of spatial frameworks altered with different criteria being applied by government in relation to those spatial frameworks. Mr. Steele.
That's correct, yes.
And effectively, a number of changes were made as to what should be taken into account in the production of spatial frameworks. But one of the additional elements that was added in 2014 was an exercise to reflect that throughout the early parts of the last decade, there had been work undertaken in relation to wild-land and its mapping, and that was then incorporated within the new spatial framework within 2014 as an area 2 area where there was significant protection. You had to demonstrate suitable design, etc. It's not as high as national, but it was included in the second tier of designation.
Correct.
Designation is the wrong word. Mapping.
Yes, mapping's a better definition.
Yeah. And equally, Scottish Natural Heritage have developed further guidance assessing wildland, and each of the wildland areas is accompanied by an appropriate descriptor, a bit like a designation. You know, you can, it's got qualities and all those sorts of matters that are provided.
Yeah, they've shied away from describing its designation, but nevertheless, it's defined.
Yes. And so one of the issues is that having applied that additional protection to wildland areas, the SPP removed effectively the cumulative aspect of spatial frameworks, because it was clear that if we weren't going to develop in nationally protected parks, national scenic areas, that wildland was going to be an area of potential constraint, that effectively wind farm development was going to be directed largely to many areas that already had wind farm development. Do you accept that?
I'd accept that, yes, indeed.
Now, I'm just going to try and sort of work through this document. I'm not going backwards and forwards because we'll come to other documents. I think one of the problems, if I break now and come into all sorts of documents, it slows us down. So I'm just going to keep running through the capacity study. We may come back to other issues further on, but I do want to just raise one further matter with you at 1.4 of the capacity study on page 2.
I have it.
Do we see there that the author applies in bold text? So presumably the author meant something that was to be given attention to in terms of the study, that the author states, it is emphasized that this is a strategic level landscape and visual study providing a context for consideration of capacity for and cumulative effects of existing potential future wind farm developments in Aberdeenshire. No site-specific conclusions should be drawn from it in relation to current, proposed or future turbines and wind farms. Do we see that?
Yes, it's a strategic document. Yes.
But it's a strategic document. But can we see the author, in his professional opinion, suggest that this is not a document which should be used for site-specific conclusions being drawn?
That's correct, yes.
And do we see there that guidance he gives to those using the study is to say that all wind energy proposals should be considered on their own unique locational and design characteristics, as well as the strategic context. All proposals should be subject to landscape and visual cumulative impact assessment, including, if required, a full environmental assessment. So, in essence, supporting the view that a useful document is taken into account in the process, shouldn't be used in the process of saying yes or no.
Well, that process leads to a decision as to whether yes or no. So it's part of that process to come to that decision.
So if somewhat like the computer in Little Britain, the answer is no, in the capacity study, as far as the author is concerned, that wouldn't be the end of it, because you have to go away and consider the specifics of the individual wind farm and its effects.
Yes, you would.
And one of the issues that arises from that is that, as we've already seen, when we get to the capacity study, the overview is of a whole area, and not the whole area will have the same attributes or the same characteristics. That fact?
No, but the whole area would have a distinctive landscape that separated it from the neighbouring distinctive landscapes.
I suppose the next bit, if we could go to page 12. And insofar as 3.32 on page 12 states that at the time of the preparation of this study, there was no local landscape designations in Aberdeenshire. Correct?
That's correct, yes.
So, insofar as the subsequent work that has been undertaken to identify landscape, special landscape areas, that postdates this study.
That's correct.
And that does have some bearing in terms of some of the areas that we have canvassed and considered in relation to this inquiry, doesn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. So, in terms of that exercise, I mean, to the degree we can discuss the exercise as it happened. We can look at the review, but as far as where we stand at the moment, it's document 3D CD 3.6, which is the Aberdeenshire Local Development Plan 2017, Supplementary Guidance 9, Aberdeenshire Special Landscape Areas, April 2019. That is the correct document to refer to. That's the, isn't it, Mr. Steele?
Yes, I have that.
So I don't know if you've got the internet version or the copy, but I think it's broken into 3 possibly.
I think I've got the whole document.
Yeah, you're good, Mr. Steele. I was just checking.
Down to page 32 I go to.
Oh no, that's not good enough.
Oh right, I've got it in 3 parts. Yes, sorry. So I've got the other 2 parts as well. Which part do we go to?
I think we should go to part 3.
I have that.
Page 70. And effectively how this works is that you get a descriptor followed by plans. Is that correct, Mr. Steele?
That's correct.
So, in terms of it, this forms part of the area which we previously looked at in terms of the capacity study as considered the mouth. It describes above that the forest is one of the wildest parts of Aberdeenshire outside the National Park. Clacton Ben is a prominent landmark. It then talks about its physical boundaries. And then we see why the boundaries have been selected. The boundaries have been selected to enclose the most undeveloped parts of the mount, which are among the least accessible, widest parts of Aberdeenshire. The boundaries have been drawn to exclude all but minor roads, as well as the larger forest plantations east of the B7974. It's a very conscious decision not to include the larger forest plantations east of the B7974. So, in terms of this study, a very, different purpose, but the point is about this study, isn't it, that we're trying to see areas of value that can be subsequently described and given a designation. Isn't that correct, Mr. Steele?
That's correct, yes.
And within that, the key point about it is we then go on to the designation. It comes back to that first component part of the descriptor of the mount landscape within the capacity study. Designation of the western part of the mount recognises scenic qualities created by the strong rolling relief. We've got the relative lack of habitation, high wildness, and we've got the relationship to adjacent Cairngorms National Park, those parts. And that almost could be word for word that's the wilder special quality that we referenced in the in terms of the capacity study discussion on the definition. So it's the second bullet point of these areas in that point. Do you agree with that general proposition, Mr. Steele?
Yeah, sorry, is that the one that says strong wildness qualities?
Well, so it forms the background for many sensitive land and is to the foreground to the Cairngorm Massif and National Park. That in itself,
yeah,
it's
right.
the same description, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And you get the descriptors of what that all involves within the designation, and that we've got a designation statement that essentially fills in that in more detail of describing exactly the absence of habitation, limited access, terrain, land cover, pine woods, relationship with the Corn Park, and we've got forces for change. with wind farms being one of those forces for change. And we've got the management recommendations, which in the context of that particular SLA is very much keeping that wilder character and limiting development, which erodes those qualities. Would that be a fair summary of the forces for change and management recommendations?
Yes, and particularly that one that says development of renewable energy technologies affect views to and from the SLA.
Well, I think you've picked out one, but all these are forces for change, and the management recommendations are all about in the SLA, because that's what it can influence, isn't it?
Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you. Now, we could go on and talk about all the SLAs, but what I'm really focusing in, because we agreed there's no significant facts in the SLA designation. So this is about a landscape issue that I'm putting these to you. But there is a one for the River Dee that immediately abuts to the north. The other one I want to discuss with you is on page 78, which is the Braes of the Mearns Special Landscape Area. Now, in terms of this particular SLA, the Braes of the Mearns Special Landscape Area, do we see that effectively it straddles two landscape character areas in that it's both the south-facing slopes of the mount and the northern part of what is described as the character area called the Howe of the Mearns, where these two distinct landscapes come together. Do we see that?
That's correct. One's in pale green, one's in a darker green.
And that is, if we like, the Howe of the Mearns as it was described then. We'll come on to look at SNH, but it describes it slightly differently now, but it's largely the same area. It's that area to the south that we see in that area.
Yes.
Yeah. So what we see is the northern boundary follows the ridge line, and it talks about the ridge line and the descriptors. And then we talk about these boundaries include the wooded farmland at the foot of the Highland boundary fault and steep hills which form the backdrop to the Howe of the Mearns. The boundary therefore contains an important combination of landscapes, but does not cover the broader and less visually diverse farmland of the Howe of the Mearns. So it's drawing that distinction. It's quite specific to here, and it's quite specific to the specific relationship between the Howe of the Mearns here and the upper landscape here, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
And what we have here is the descriptor of the Howe of the Mearns in this area is uniformly flat landscape, which slopes steeply up into the mount, marking the line of the Highland boundary fault. And that's, if I may say, one of the distinctions that we'll come and look at. But the fundamental point here is we've got a flat Howe of the Mearns with the steeper land, which forms the boundary fault. And that's the contrast that creates this fairly special landscape that's been identified and designated. Isn't that correct?
Yes, it has clarity at that point, and the contrast is at its greatest at that point, which is why it's being picked out for the special landscape area designation.
And insofar as the designation statement, again, it provides more spin on what we've already just heard. As with all these documents, the Braes of Mearns comprises a pleasing juxtaposition of uniformly flat farmland and woodland with a dramatic and rugged ridge to the north, marking the line of the boundary fault. And then, in the following aspects of the features of the landscape are considered worthy of recognition. It's the strong contrast between the distinctive flat Howe and the dramatic ridge of the mount to the north. So if we're looking for things that are worthy of recognition, as they put it, the stronger the contrast between the flat and the ridge, or the dramatic ridge, is something which should be recognised.
That's correct.
And equally, the next statement, that there's a clear expression of the Hindley boundary fault, where Highland and Lowland Scotland meet. That the clear expression. There's no ambiguities about it here. It is a clear and unambiguous meeting of the boundary fault, the lowland landscape flat with the highland landscape behind. That's
yes. Indeed, that expression is visible from there. But if we drop down to the last of the three maps, where you can see the OS annotation says how the Mearns goes beyond the extent of the SLA. So that's flat level land extends beyond that area and to the south. So that contrast is perceivable from a wider area than just confined to the SLA. It's also visible from viewpoints 3, 9 and 12 as well, which lie outside the SLA, but look across the SLA with the development beyond.
But what it's doing is essentially that this is putting it together and saying that this is worthy of recognition at this location. And clearly because it meets certain criteria that have been defined as being important for defining the boundary line where it should be given recognition.
Yes, it's recognised there, but it doesn't mean that that boundary line isn't apparent from areas outside the special landscape area.
No. And what the key issue here is forces for change. Again, offshore wind is identified as one.
Yeah, development of renewable energy technologies, onshore wind turbines and associated infrastructure identified as.
So these are all potential forces for change. Forces for change don't mean it's happened. They're forces which could change. So that's the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the key issue is development which could erode the clarity of expression of the highland boundary fault in the transition of character from upland to lowland. Yes?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
If we see the forces for change, it identifies development which could erode the clarity of expression of highland boundary fault and transition of character from upland to lowland is the specific forces for change.
Can you tell me which page we're on? I've just lost
So page 80, the second bullet point up from management recommendations.
All right. Oh, sorry, I was on the previous page. Yes, that's correct.
And then we see down management recommendations. Due to high visual sensitivity of the ridgeline and qualities of wildness and remoteness, development proposals need to be carefully considered, cited and designed to avoid adverse impacts. So that's particularly highlighting the visual sensitivity of this ridgeline, but also its qualities.
Yes, and those qualities aren't confined to the SLA, they extend beyond it as well.
So if I go back to the landscape character assessment, and it says that the mount that although large in scale and simple pattern with characteristics suitable for wind farm development, the mount is a distinctive landform, the highland boundary fault integral to the identity of much Aberdeenshire and visible for a wide way. It's something like a high degree of visual sensitivity. Do you agree that when they were considering this particular aspect, it is likely that the authors were considering the very characteristics that have now been formally designated in terms of the SLA?
Yes, indeed, but not confined to the SLA. Highland boundary fault doesn't stop and start at the boundary to the SLA.
And equally, having read through both the citations for forces for change and management recommendations, do you agree with the conclusions of the capacity study that these particular areas would be unsuitable for wind turbine development in your view?
Yes.
Yeah. So again, in the context of, we'll come back very briefly to character later. It might be that perhaps I could just put this very briefly to you, because I mean, we can sit and troll through material, but I'm not sure it's going to take the reporter much further than rather than putting it in a more general proposition to you. So I can look at 69A, 69B, and I can look at the SLAs. But the position that I would put to you, Mr. Steele, is that it's absolutely obvious that when you pull all this material together collectively, the landscape assessment undertaken the EIA was correct in terms of its overall assessment of sensitivity and effects arising, because it's had full regard to all these matters. And in particular, in respect of the mouth area of landscape, the host landscape area, that effectively it does divide into those three key constituent parts, which is the area of the west of the Kennemount Road, designated by the SLA. I've got the bit at the Kennemount, which sits up front, again, very identifiable, very distinctive, and having particular qualities. And then effectively the land to the south, sorry, to the northeast, looking from, say, the Kennemount, has effectively a different character and has values and also characteristics which devalue value, including extensive forestry, extensive wind farm development, and also an ill-defined boundary fault with full of hills either side that make it a very different from that which is found in relation to the SLI relationship. Do you acknowledge
Sorry,
that?
Mr. Innes, I'm losing sound again. I can't hear you.
Okay.
I think I got the gist of that. So could I answer my point, and then if I missed anything?
The reporter won't get
Mr. Steele, I actually didn't hear the question.
Oh, sorry.
I appreciate
Sorry, I thought you just...
Yeah.
It actually wasn't a very good question. I might break it down.
Mr. Innes, if you could repeat your question, please.
Yeah, I will. I want to try and sort of bring this to a bit of an end point.
Sorry, I'm still not hearing you. So.
Hello? 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 No?
I can hear you, Colin, but I don't think the reporter can.
We can all hear, but it's.
No, I still can't hear you, Mr. Innes. I'm sorry.
Sir, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Steele. Yes.
Yeah, I can hear Mr. Innes, but clearly you can't. So I'm not sure what the issue is.
Right. Okay.
Is it time to take
Callum,
a break or something?
Yes. Callum, are you on the line? Is there any obvious error that you can see or problem?
I'm quite confused. I can hear Mr. Innes fine as well. I've never encountered anything like that before.
Okay.
I'm always unique.
It may be worth leaving and rejoining, but I can't think of anything else.
Okay. I want to give it one more go, Mr. Innes, to see if I can hear you.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yes, I can hear you now. That's loud and clear. Okay, thanks, Callum. Okay.
I'm going to probably break it down a bit. It was a bit of a loose question, I think, Mr. Steele. So you've been let off. Well, no, I've let myself off the hook a weak question. I want to just put this in context. What we have is, given that the work that we've done on SLAs, that effectively that's effectively confirmed the two key attributes which are reflected in the capacity study, and finding that there was no capacity for wind farm development. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I think the attributes are identified in the SLA, but my point is that not all of those attributes are confined to the SLA, and some extend beyond those boundaries.
And insofar as if we divided the mount into three constituent parts, I've got the SLA on the south with a very specific relationship between lower and upper ground, over which part of it relates to. I've got the land to the west of the Cairn Mount Road, and I've got land effectively to the northeast, which I think it would be best described transitions from the more upland down to the lowland, but incorporates characteristics of wind farm and forestry. Would that be a fair summary?
Yeah, you ducked out of some of the things you said in the first question, and I'll remind you of them so you don't get away with it. You said that there was extensive wind farm development in that area, and that's clearly not the case. And I'll let you say that you're getting carried away with the question on that one. Right, if we look at this, we have the landscape character area, the plateau landscape character area. And from your perspective or your client's perspective, or the perspective of Mr. Denny, is that there's a distinct landscape character area that lies to the west of the minor road at Cairn Mount. My point is that, yes, there is more forestry in that area, but it's not a monoculture across the whole area, as is apparent from the view from Cairn Mount. Yes, there is forestry there, but when you view it from that particular point, you can see there's a tapestry of open areas and forested areas. So yes, forestry is seen as a negative in terms of quality, in terms of the SLA, but it's not as uniform as might be suggested by Mr. Denny, etc. Also, the forestry isn't confined to that area. As one travels north along the minor road, one travels through the forestry, and that is because the forestry extends across the road and to the north and northwest, so that you're trying to identify an artificial boundary to a certain extent. The forestry within the LCT is acknowledged as a characteristic in the description of the LCT, so it is there. And I think to simply say that the special landscape area is a discrete area of that landscape character, it's just an area within that landscape character that has been identifying it as having a higher value, which is fair enough. But yes, there is a wind farm present, or there are turbines present in the LCT, but relative to other upland areas, that's a relatively confined area. So I don't think you can say that the wind turbines are a characteristic within that area, but they're not a key characteristic as things stand. Now their characterizing effect would increase with the proposed development, and largely as a consequence of the disparity in the size of the turbines themselves. In terms of the Highland boundary fault, it's fair to say that within the SLA for the Highland boundary fault, the contrast between the lowland and the escarpment is at its highest in this particular area, which is why it's been picked out for inclusion within the SLA, because it's the prime example, if you like. But the appreciation of that change isn't limited to the boundary of the SLA. It can be seen beyond it to the south and to the southeast. And I picked out viewpoints 3, 9 and 12 as expressing that. And in each of those viewpoints, and particularly viewpoint 12, one can see the development sitting upon the escarpment with the Howe of Mearns lowland in the foreground. So whilst the contrast finds its greatest expression within this LA, it is apparent that the Highland boundary escarpment continues to the northeast at that point. And whilst the area of the lowland area beyond the Howe of Mens to the northeast is more undulating in landform. The Highland Boundary Fault is still evident, and the toe of the Highland Boundary Fault is quite clearly followed by that minor road that runs through that area. And from more distant views, the Highland Boundary Fault escarpment forms the skyline. And as one drives up the A90, one sees it. Now, clearly, as one gets to the more northern sections of the A90, there are intervening hills in the way. So it's less apparent, but it is there nevertheless. Does that?
Well, I mean,
that summarizes the position, does it not?
Yeah. What I want to, I mean, the way in which the SNH at 6.9a concludes in the section, the hills have a wild remote windswept character, although this reduces from higher western parts to the less high eastern areas, which have been affected by wind turbine development. Clearly, that directly agrees with the findings of the environmental statement. In terms of the 2 points, perhaps in landscape character description, there's a clear that the northeastern foothills, which tumble down to the coast, are less dramatic and form a more gradual transition with surrounding farmland. And again, whatever you might say, you have to agree that the way in which the fault manifests itself southeast is exactly that. It tumbles down, and we've got hills in the agricultural landscape immediately below it, and we've been through the heights of those. So I mean, that meets those characteristics of the SNH characterization, which has obviously been undertaken post the SLA. So we'll have the benefit of that work, no doubt.
Is that a question or not?
Yes.
But I think the point is here is the escarpment formed by the Highland Boundary Fault is a very prominent feature within the landscape. And that prominence doesn't suddenly cease at the minor road going up to the Cairn Mount. It extends beyond that, and is clearly apparent from the viewpoints 3, 9, and 12 that I've discussed. So therefore, and its prominence, yes, does diminish as one heads towards Stonehaven because the elevation diminishes and the landform is less flat, so the contrast is less. But nevertheless, the skyline formed by the Highland Boundary Fault is still prominent and still apparent, and certainly from elevated viewpoints like viewpoint 12.
And in terms of the, I want to just close this off on one final point on this. If I go to CD 112.9, which is the landscape character figures.
I have it.
Insofar as we've got the main host landscape is landscape character 29, which we character described in 9A. We've also got 24, which is 969 CD69D. But in terms of the area to the southeast, that is the area which is landscape character 22, which is the Howe of the Mount, isn't it?
It is indeed, and you can see that it extends to the northeast there and extends across the foreground to viewpoint 12 as well. So that was debated under Mr. Denny's cross-examination, and it's quite clear there.
And insofar as the landscape of which we agreed there was no significant effects on landscape 22, so the significant effects are on 29 and 24. And insofar as the effects are on 24, they're in the coastal farm ridges and hills of Aberdeenshire, rather than in that flatter Howe of the Mearns landscape. Would that be fair?
Can anybody hear me?
Can
you hear me?
Yes, I
James,
can
I
hear
need
you.
to interrupt. I'm afraid we lost you there for a few minutes.
I'd like to repeat your question, Mr. Innes.
Yeah, I'll have a go. It's never easy. We're in figure 8, 4.9, sorry, document 112.9, figure 4.8, landscape character. We've agreed that the significant landscape effects are on landscape character 29 and 24 and not 22.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah. So insofar as the significant landscape effects are concerned, they're in the coastal farm ridges and hills, Aberdeenshire, not on the flat agricultural landscape that is defined by the How of the Moment.
No, that's correct.
Yeah. Right. If we could keep going forward, we're back in the landscape capacity assessment study.
Okay.
In the context of, yeah, we're at landscape designations on page 12, which we've said we now have them. In terms of page 13, wild mapping, that's a matter that obviously, since this study was undertaken, has been subject to quite considerable development in relation to the work undertaken by SNH and subsequently reflected in SPP. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And again, that brought some clearer definition as to what wildland areas, and that's not engaged by this application. Is that correct?
That's correct, but it should be noted that wilderness characteristics aren't confined to wildland areas, though they're just the areas that most fully express them.
I'm now going to take you to the aspects which are relevant to the consideration of the capacity. But can I ask you first of all to look at CD 4.9.
That's the onshore wind policy statement. So I think we might have lost Mr. Innes again.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I just lost you on video.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Again, is this a document with which you're familiar, Mr. Steele?
Yeah, but I haven't looked at it specifically for this particular inquiry.
I'm not. This isn't about a detailed critique of any policy matters, but presumably you've read the document as a whole, and I might put some propositions to you.
I haven't read it as a whole. No, I've only ever read it in terms of specific contexts.
Okay. Well, we'll obviously be discussing it. I'll then put it on the hypothesis, because otherwise it's not fair. So, if this document, recognising the very challenging circumstances of bringing forward new onshore wind in light of the removal of all market support, indicated that the deployment of larger turbines and modern technology was likely to be critical to that further deployment. That would have potential implications for essentially landscape and visual assessment, in particular, what one might we'll call it capacity study at the moment, but for capacity studies, if that is the tenor that should be taken from that document, and I'm assuming it is for the purposes of this question. So if it is that is the case, do you accept that that has implications for understanding the role of capacity studies?
I think you're referring to the paragraph, third paragraph on page 3, which states this important role means that we must support development in the right places. And that's a key point for SPP, of course. And increasingly the extension and replacement of existing sites where acceptable, another caveat, with new and larger turbines based on an appropriate, another caveat, case-by-case assessment of the effects of their impacts. So yes, that is the case.
So you agreed on the premise that if that is the case of larger turbines are likely to be required to render them economic viable, that part of this document is understanding and reflecting the challenges that might involve.
That's, yeah, but it's going beyond my role. I think we're straying into planning matters here.
Okay. We'll keep it on landscape and visual matters. If it's the case that existing sites and extensions are with larger turbines, because that's the assumption in relation to this paragraph, isn't it?
Again, Mr. Ennis is straying into policy here because that is not the necessary assumption. It is one of the possible outcomes. It's clearly an assumption that the turbines will be getting larger, but I do echo Mr. Steele's point that this is straying into policy.
Well,
we do have an opportunity to discuss this at the first hearing session, Mr. Innes, and perhaps your questions are more appropriate for that session than asking Mr. Steele to respond.
The difficulty is that it has a direct bearing on the implications for designing extensions, to which we're directly involved in this inquiry, and he's led a lot of evidence about what that means, etc., etc. I'll put a question on a hypothetical. If you have to design a wind farm extension utilizing larger turbines, is it inevitable that the criticisms you make of this scheme regarding the relationship between turbines will inevitably occur in those circumstances?
Your assumption there is that, one, that it's appropriate to, and I'm using the word here drawn from this particular document, it says based on an appropriate case-by-case assessment, is that you have to ask yourself, is it appropriate to put an extension in that requires turbines of this size? Perhaps a standalone development would be more appropriate in another location where the contrast in scale wasn't as stark, or secure approval for an extension of turbines of a similar scale where the contrast in scale wouldn't be so stark.
Well, your immediate thing is to say, and I think it's quite an interesting response, get rid of the extension. That's one answer. New wind farms is a possibility. But this clearly, the minister's anticipating that existing wind farms will be extended with larger turbines. If that is the case, in terms of design, and there are different breakdowns.
With respect, this question is assuming something which is not in the document. It's not fair to Mr. Steele to ask him to make the assumption. If Mr. Innes is suggesting that this is providing specific advice for assessment of landscape and visual impacts, then by all means he can point out a passage which does that. But sorry, in my submission, this is clearly a policy question.
Sorry, I've lost sound here. I don't know if you tried to respond, Mr. Steele, but if you did, I didn't hear you.
So it wasn't me, it was Mr. Finley who was responding.
So I don't know whether you can hear
I beg
me.
your pardon. Mr. Finley, I didn't hear what you had to say at that point.
Well, so this is clearly a policy question, and there's an assumption here.
Sorry, I'm still not hearing you.
I don't know whether anyone else can hear me. I don't know whether Mr. Innes can hear me. It's destroying.
So
Yep.
Try once more, Mr. Finley. Sorry.
Testing. 1, 2, 3 seem to work for Mr. Innes.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I don't know if Mr. Innes was speaking. I don't know whether it's just your
Well,
connection.
I think others can hear. I don't know whether Mr. Innes can hear me. I think everyone else can hear me except for you, sir.
No, I can't hear you, Mr. Finley.
He's saying everyone else can hear you apart from yourself. So.
Sorry, I've gone from hearing nothing to hearing about 3 or 4 voices at the same time there. So, Mr. Finley, do you want to give it one more? Let's try again.
Testing 1.
Yes, I can hear. Yes, I can hear you now.
So the point I was trying to make was that this is a policy-based question, which says it's unfair to this witness to ask him. If there's specific guidance in this document that Mr. Innes contends impacts on landscape and visual impact assessment in the sense that Mr. Denny and Mr. Steele have given evidence, then of course he can put it. But the argument that, or the point that he's seeking to make in my submission is a policy point, and it's unfair for this witness.
Okay. Mr. Innes, I am inclined to agree with Mr. Finley here that, and I'm conscious that we do have a specific session this afternoon to talk about the policy matters, in particular this document. So, I do think it's probably inappropriate to ask Mr. Steele these questions when we will be having planning experts around the table this afternoon.
So I'll rephrase without a policy context. Mr. Steele, if I were considering an extension to a wind farm that incorporated a turbine size which was much larger than the existing scheme, what design factors would you say you should have regard to in trying to make that work?
I'm sorry, I'm not hearing Mr. Steele if he's answering.
Sorry, I was on mute. It hadn't unmuted, so I'll start
Okay,
again.
thank you. Please do.
Okay. It would depend upon the degree to which the contrast in the scale of the turbines was visible within the surrounding landscape. That might sound like an unlikely scenario, but I can think of another scheme where the majority of the main effects, the proposed development, was seen in isolation and not in the context of the adjacent turbines. So there may be circumstances where that may arise. But the reality is that those contrasts in scale would be apparent if there were a number of key viewpoints from which the disparity in scale was apparent. And that would lead to a confusion potentially, both in terms of the relative scales, but also in terms of perspective, which is described, where you have larger turbines sitting behind smaller turbines when logic would suggest that it would be the other way around, and that would exaggerate and confuse the view.
And effectively, what you articulate there is a series of negatives. What I asked you was a positive opportunity of how you go about positively designing an extension to an existing wind farm, which incorporated larger turbines. You identified nothing but problems, but you didn't.
No, I didn't. I started by suggesting that there were circumstances where if the disparity in scale was not apparent at key viewpoints, then there might be an argument. But where the disparity in scale is apparent from key viewpoints, then those incongruities would be apparent.
Because the alternative proposition is that actually you use topography and different heights of turbines to try and bring a uniformity of design. That is a design solution to that particular issue, isn't it, Mr. Steele?
Sorry, can you say that again, Mr.
Yeah.
Innes? You broke up slightly.
Yes, you've painted your picture. What I suggest to you is that one of the ways of integrating taller turbines, larger turbines with an existing scheme is to use topography and use differing tip heights to try and integrate the extension into the existing wind farm to give the best possible form of integration and to be seen. You've got your scale issues, but in terms of integration with the existing scheme and Big Red as a scheme, that is a design solution, isn't it?
It's a design solution that still has incongruities in terms of scale.
And I suggest to you, Mr. Steele, that in designing an extension with larger turbines, there's never going to be a perfect solution. And one of the issues is how the designers have approached the problem and the challenges to read legibly. And I suggest to you that this scheme does read legibly well from the viewpoints. Is that not the case, Mr. Steele? You've got your
No,
scheme,
it doesn't.
but it does read well.
It does not read well. Sorry, I disagree with that, and that is because of the contrast in scale.
Could I ask you now to have document CD 414, please?
Can I close CD 4.9?
You certainly can.
Thank you. Sorry, and what was the new one?
CD 414.
This is the draft landscape sensitivity assessment guidance from Nature Scopes.
Mr. Steele, before you respond to every question, but this is a draft document, I fully appreciate it as a draft document. I'm cross-examining you on the content of that document. I fully appreciate its draft, and it may or may not come to pass in its current phraseology. But in terms of document, I am going to ask questions about the document based on its current terms, if that's okay. And you've caveated it yesterday. You don't need to caveat it every time you reference it today, if that's okay.
I'm sure the reporter is well aware that this is a draft document.
Now, in paragraph 5 of the document, we see here that our landscapes continue to change in response to natural processes and human interventions, including new development of land management practices. The climate emergency and our responses to it is likely to accelerate the pace of change in the next decade. You see that?
I see that, yes.
Now, that is a statement, and we'll be discussing this afternoon, potentially climate change emergencies and the responses to it. But one element of the response to climate change is the potential delivery of more renewable energy, and that's probably what this is partially alluding to, isn't it?
Well, again, if you're discussing it this afternoon, that might be the most appropriate time to discuss it.
Yes, but the difficulty is that this afternoon will be met with accelerating the change in landscape as a matter for you, not a policy one, this isn't it?
Oh, right, fair enough.
The next point is paragraph 7. As a general proposition, says sensitivity studies are never a substitute for site proposal, specific landscape and visual LVIA. They're strategic and they shouldn't be used to determine planning applications. Now, the wording there at paragraph 7 is almost exactly the same wording as was used by the author of the capacity assessment, wasn't it?
Take me back to that wording, please.
Page 2 of the capacity.
Sorry, you broke up there, Mr. Jonas. If you could just repeat that.
It's page 2 of the capacity study.
I have it. And which paragraph was it again?
It's the ones in bold, the warning ones in bold.
Well, there is a difference in actual fact, because what it says here, these studies can inform strategic site selection for development, how we can steer it towards better locations informing LVIA, but they should not be used in determining planning applications. The point here is that that doesn't say that here. It doesn't say that it shouldn't be used in determining planning applications. It says that it should be subject to sites. There should be no site-specific conclusions. It doesn't say that it shouldn't form part of the process considering planning or determining planning applications, because it is part of that process that leads to that decision. And indeed, I'm fully aware that representations have already or are going to be made on paragraph 7. So I think that's a particularly inappropriate one to quote from a draft document.
Well, as a general concept, what we have is the author, specifically of the capacity study, saying no site-specific conclusions should be drawn from it in relation to current, proposed or future wind turbines and wind turbines. And I've got Nature Scott saying in draft form, these studies can inform strategic site selection, but they should not be used to determine planning applications. I suggest the wording and the context of those two particular paragraphs are absolutely squarely together in terms of what shouldn't, as capacity study in the first, and what this will be is sensitivity studies should not be used for.
No, I disagree with that because they don't use the same wording. Clearly, the capacity study is part of that process of coming to determination of a planning application ultimately. It's part of the process.
And in terms of this general guidance, and we can look at it in more detail, but effectively it's saying that most what's termed capacity studies are truly sensitivity studies, and that's what they should be called. Because in order to understand or to have a capacity, you'd need to have a target against which you'd have to test capacity. And that's this debate that has been opened up by Nature Scott in relation to these studies, isn't it?
It is. And if you go to the executive summary, the second sentence says the landscape capacity study assessment is based on an assessment of landscape sensitivity and value of the different landscape character types and areas. So it's kind of right up there at the front of the document.
With a key understanding of relative sensitivity being the underlying thrust of what this would become.
Indeed.
Yeah. And in terms of paragraph 10 of the document, do we see existing assessments providing useful evidence and understanding to inform spatial planning? However, updating may be required, particularly for wind farm studies, as development patterns and technology change and/or remove elements of capacity assessment where these exist. The assessment criteria are likely to remain relevant and form the basis of updating a study. So just looking at that, if the technology moves on, presumably the work and the character and the nature of where we'll be looking for sites might change. Would that be a fair summary of that we have to have regard to the underlying technology which we're considering when we're considering these assessments?
Yes, that's what it says, and I will also caveat this by saying that I'm also aware that either a representation has already been made or will be made on paragraph 10. So it is again, that's one of the areas where there is a degree of contention, because one has to understand when and what amendments need to be made to existing capacity studies, because my understanding is that there isn't necessarily an expectation that existing capacity studies would be amended to reflect this guidance until such time as they were updated.
And equally, whether or not a capacity study, whether we call it a capacity study or a sensitivity study as articulated here, if it failed to reflect the reality of the technology updates, that might affect the weight that should be accorded to the findings of a particular study. That be fair?
I don't think that's for me to say, to be perfectly honest.
Okay. In terms of stage 2 of the process on page 13, one of the parts of this process is establishing assessment parameters. This isn't a guidance document that's restricted to onshore wind farm development. It's relevant to potentially many other forms of development. So in that respect, it's a wider guidance document than some of the previous ones that might have been produced. Is that correct?
That's correct. There are capacity studies done for mineral workings, etc., various other aspects.
Now, if I read through, have you obviously, from the way in which you're responding to me, you've read this document. You've said parts are going to be responded to. Have you read through the establishing the assessment parameters in any detail, Mr. Steele?
No, I haven't read through those in detail.
Okay. So if we kick off at 2.1.2, for wind farms, height of turbine often the crucial defining factor, design of turbine, indicative size of wind, and likely to be range, and any visible aviation lightning are all scenarios that are to be considered. Do we see that? Especially for wind farms.
Sorry, I missed that, but can you just give me the paragraph reference again, please?
2.1.2, the last bullet point.
Oh, right, I missed the last bit. Okay.
Sorry.
Yep. Yes, I see that.
So those are factors which are in scenario planning are likely to be relevant. And then if we go on to 2.1.3, to future-proof the study as far as possible, then we also need to consider what technology changes can be reasonably expected and or what is being supported under current policy. Be clear from the outset what the key issues are going to be, for example, steering group. So in that respect, do we see there that far from being able to run away from policy, that those undertaking capacity studies are directed to have regard to policy matters in the formulation of their criteria, for assessment parameters?
Again, this is relating to policy. You're asking me to comment on policy issues.
Well, Mr. Stewart, regretfully, that's not the case, because it's people like you, landscape architects, who are going to be involved in establishing assessment parameters for these types of study. And what paragraph 2.1.3 is telling you is what you should be taking into account in the formulation of your study. So it's to future.
Okay,
With respect, Mr. Innes, what paragraph 2.1.3 is saying is that in order to future-proof studies, you have to cater for things that may be coming down the line. That's a policy question. It's not it's about what the studies should contain. It's not telling you how to carry them out any more than just to envisage that you might have to cater for future technologies or what is being supported by policy. With respect, that's not a question for Mr. Steele.
If Mr. Steele is responding, I can't hear him.
Sorry, that's Mr. Finlay responding. He was giving Mr. Steele's answer for him.
Sorry, Mr. Finlay, I wasn't hearing you either.
So I think what's happening is there's too many lines open, and the issue comes when both council people are trying to speak, you get silenced.
Right.
So I think one of the things that we might have to do is have more muting discipline and possibly mute more, because I think it's interesting that when Mr. Finlay comes in, I think it's when more lines are coming in that this is kicking out, as it were.
I think I'm the guilty party there, so I've muted now. So.
Okay, Mr. Finlay, give it one more go, and I'll see if I can hear you this time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, so I don't know whether you can hear me now.
Yeah.
Yes, so 2.1.3 is setting out how to future-proof a study. Quite what that's got to do with Mr. Steele's evidence is unclear to me, and it appears to me to be, again, another attempt by Mr. Innes to trespass on the policy section.
Mr. Innes.
I am cross-examining a landscape witness on a draft document which is heading Draft Landscape Sensitivity Assessment Guidance. It says who it's directed at, landscape professionals and others. I can't see how what they have to take into account is not up for consideration as part of the cross-examination. I'm not asking him to interpret the policy, I'm asking him what goes into the mix in relation to a study in terms of this advice.
Okay. Well, I think the way you phrased your question seems appropriate to me, given it's a question about how a landscape architect might approach this matter. So perhaps you could kind of rephrase your question and perhaps just avoid any, just make it quite clear that it's you know, looking to Mr. Steele in his professional capacity, how he might interpret that.
Mr. Steele, in carrying out an assessment of the development scenario, does paragraph 2.13 suggest that the author of the study needs to look at two things? What technology changes can reasonably be expected? And secondly, and/or that which is being supported under current policy. So those are two aspects which, in terms of developing the scenarios for the landscape sensitivity study, would be material that was relevant.
That's what it says in the second sentence, but the third sentence goes on to say that these are things that should be considered, for example, by the steering group. So it's the landscape architect will be acting on the instruction of the steering group. So if the steering group felt that was appropriate, then they would act upon it, no doubt.
But in defining your scenarios within your study, which you then take forward, you agree that those two factors are matters that, under this guidance, should be taken into account.
I'm reading the sentence. It says to future-proof the study as far as possible. They may, it doesn't say they shall. It says they may also need to consider the technology changes can reasonably be expected, and or what is being supported under current policy. So it's caveated, and then that's in the context of the steering group sifting ideas to agree what is included. So it wouldn't be the sole decision of the landscape architect. The landscape architect would be acting on the consensus derived from the steering group.
And insofar as suggestion, the word need seems to suggest that in certain circumstances that such information would be fairly critical.
It says they may also need. Semantics, perhaps, but it's a matter for the steering group to consider in terms of the scope of the study. They may consider it appropriate, which is fine in the context of the final version of this document.
Perhaps moving on to 2.1.4, there can be absolutely no wriggle room on this one. The sentence is, studies should be future-proofed as far as possible by including likely future typologies if these are known. So if they're known, they should be in. Isn't that a very clear signal from Nature Scott in this paragraph?
Yes, it says should in that particular paragraph. Studies should be future-proofed as far as possible by including likely future typologies if these are known.
So 1:05, sir. I don't think I'll be extensive period after lunch. I'll be a short period. I've got 3 or 4 points.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that indication. Shall we take a lunch break now and perhaps come back just after 2 o'clock? Okay. And Mr. Seal, I'd appreciate if you don't discuss matters with your team during the lunch break.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm just checking you can see and hear me.
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
All right.
Oh, Mr. Steele's image is flickering in and out, but I can't see you.
All right.
Wondering if you can hear and see me.
Right.
I can see you now, Mr. Finlay. Yes.
Maybe a disadvantage for some, but
Now I've lost you again. I've got a red triangle in the top corner of the square for your image.
well, sir, I can.
Callum, are we having?
This looks to me like the same problem as earlier, because I can't see Mr. Finlay or Mr. Steele, but I can hear them, so it may be worth leaving and rejoining again.
Okay, could you do that for me, please?
Problem when the videos are turned off during the break, and then when they're being turned back on again, for whatever reason, it's not liking that. So if you're able to leave and then rejoin, that'd probably solve things.
Yeah, my colleague's just gone to get the login details. She will do that for both James Finlay and myself.
Okay.
While we're waiting, Colin, can I get rid of the drawings and documents that we were referring to before?
Yes, you can.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
yes, you can. And we're moving into CD7s. So we're going to look at CD 7.3 and then CD 7.6 to 9, but without probably needing to go to 6 to 9. We might be able to just discuss it very briefly.
Okay, so 7.3, and what was the others?
It's the other ones are the ones that the road to Amaury.
So I've got CD 7.3. What was the next one you could refer to?
It's 7.6, 7.7, 7.8, and 7.9.
Oh gosh, right, okay.
But depending on your answer to one question, we might be able to fairly easily not go through all those documents. But
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Thank you.
So hopefully you may be able to hear and see me now.
I can. Yet to see Mr. Steele, though.
He's back. He's being re-logged in. Mr. My own friend, I'm not allowed to touch the equipment. We have someone who'll do that for us. And likewise, Mr. Steele is kept well away from it too.
Hopefully you can see and hear me now.
Yes, I can. Thank you. Okay, well, welcome back after lunch. Mr. Innes, you said you had 3 or 4 questions for Mr. Steele. If you'd like to continue.
yes, Mr. Steele, could we go to document CD 7.3, which is the a decision in respect of a wind farm, section 36, directly by the Scottish ministers in Argyll and Bute. And obviously, without having plans and everything submitted, the detail of the discussion really doesn't take you much further. I think, Mr. Steele, you'll see there various references to bull-like topographies, and then clearly, when you read the effects, visual effects spilling out of bulls. That's why I think I avoid the use of the word bull and use that there is a topography containing views. But if the bit I'm interested in is page 19, please.
I have page 19.
Yeah, and the bit I just want to have a very brief discussion with you about. is under landscape character. We do see there that there's a landscape character type, and then there's a discussion of the Argyll and Bute landscape wind energy capacity study. It almost seems to be abbreviated to something that's almost as long as saying it, the ABLWX or whatever the acronym is used. But that appears to be a capacity study. Then we have what the Scottish ministers make of this study, that they note SMH's view that the proposed development may be contrary to some of the guidance set out in the ABL-WEX. However, whilst the study is generally acknowledged to be a material consideration, Scottish ministers are also acknowledged that the study is strategic in nature. A more detailed LVIA of specific proposals also requires to be considered by consultees and determining authorities when reaching the decision on acceptability or otherwise of wind farm development. We see a very direct statement of the Scottish ministers of how they are treating effectively capacity studies in determination. Useful starting point, but you cannot just take decisions based on the capacity study. You have to delve into the detail of the individual application and the effects. Do we see that?
That's correct.
And do you, well, it's not a question for you because that's perhaps a policy matter, but you see how this is being treated, and you certainly in your evidence have supported the council's use of the capacity study as a reason for refusal in its own right, haven't you?
As part of the rationale for the objection, yes.
Thank you. And as you can see in the next paragraph, we get a discussion of bulls, but then you can see earlier lots of effects seem to be spilling out of the bull. It's all about a debate about containment and the degree of visibility, which is obviously site-specific, and without material, one can take nothing from it. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I don't know anything about this particular scheme at all.
I'm going to state with the decisions, and we've got reports and decisions in relation to the Abercairnie and Malcolm wind farms, effectively can be visited on the road to Amory is the best description. So if you come out of Crieff and go on the A822 up the Smart Glen, would you agree in general terms? Because I think we could, again, this all turns on specifics where the wind farms are located, but there is discussion of the Highland boundary fault at this location being distinctive. Do you agree that the Highland boundary fault in this general location to the north east of Crieff is distinctive?
It is indeed, yes.
And it's the contrast between the lowland and the highland is very strongly exhibited.
It is indeed, but I would point out that there are some low-lying hills to the foreground in the vicinity of the Mull Hill proposal, for instance. And
rather than trying to adduce evidence without visualizations or other material, would you agree that if the reporter wanted to go and visit another location with a strong distinction for the Highland boundary fault, that one could travel north from Crieff on the A22 and that general location up to Amory and across to Dunkeld, and one will get a fairly good appreciation of that distinctive boundary fault?
Yes, if he was minded to, but again, he needs to note the topography to the foreground of the boundary fault as well.
And insofar as we talk about boundary fault, we agree that the fault is a geological set of conditions that occurred a very long period ago, and that since then there has been, in certain parts, erosion of what might be described as the resulting landforms which arose from that faulting.
Yes, and the point is that the granites of the higher part of the land are less prone to erosion, so therefore they've retained their separation from the lowland area as a consequence. But obviously there are valleys cut into it, and again, Mull Hills was associated with one of those.
Can I now finally ask you to look back to your inquiry report, CD 614, please.
I have it. Which paragraph?
Well, I thought we might end with your conclusions.
Okay.
8.2. And for a landscape architect who, throughout his cross-examination, has professed analogy to Scottish planning policy or discussion of any policy, would it be fair to say that you've concluded your report with extracts from the SPP? Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
And if, for example, you could have CD 4.12 available at paragraph 162.
I have it.
Yes. So you've quoted essentially planning authority should identify where there's strategic capacity for wind farms, which is an extract of parts of 160, the second line. Is that correct?
Yes.
And insofar as the context for that passage in 162 is concerned, that's contained in paragraph 161, which requires the planning authority to set out in the development plan a spatial framework identifying those areas that are likely to be most appropriate for onshore wind farms as a guide for developers' communities, following the approach set out below in table 1. Do we see that?
Yes.
And so when we get to the section about there being strategic capacity, that's the having followed through the approach being advocated by the Scottish ministers in relation to paragraph 161, isn't it?
Yes.
And paragraph 163 goes further. The approach to spatial frameworks preparation as set out in the SPP should be followed in order to deliver consistency nationally, and additional constraints should not be applied at this stage. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in the context of the Fetteresso wind turbines, if I apply the spatial framework set out in the SPP, in landscape and visual terms, it falls within the area. Do you agree?
Do you say group 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is wind farms likely to be acceptable subject to detailed consideration of policy criteria. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. That concludes the cross-examination. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Finlay. Now, I wasn't anticipating any questions from the Community Council or Mr. Strawn of the Council's witness. And I don't have any questions myself, Mr. Finlay. So if you wish to re-examine Mr. Steele, please proceed.
Thank you, sir. I do have some questions in re-examination. Mr. Steele, if you recall, about 3.5 hours ago, Mr. Innes put to you that really there was only a very narrow area of disagreement between you and him, or the applicant, in terms of effects. But I just want to ask you about two matters in that regard. You said they were well defined, the areas of disagreement. One area of disagreement was the extent of landscape impact, whether it was restricted to within 5 kilometres or extended further. How important or significant do you consider the your conclusion to be that it extends further than the 5 kilometre line. And I shall mute.
Well, the key point is that the findings of the EIA undertaken for Mid Hill 1 found that the effects for those smaller turbines extended from 5 to 7 kilometres, and having looked at that, I thought that was a reasonable conclusion. It's worth noting that the additional effects for the extension to Mid Hill, i.e. Mid Hill 2, found that the effects for those 125 metre turbines was 5 kilometres. Now we're putting in substantially larger turbines, both in terms of height but more particularly in terms of rotor diameter, that they are bound to have an effect over a greater area. And if you think about it, how much further would you have to go from the larger turbines before they appeared to be the same size as the 125 metre turbines that are already there? And I'd suggest you'd actually have to travel a reasonable distance to do that. Therefore, it is reasonable to conclude that effects would extend over a wider area as a consequence of the larger size of the turbines. And therefore, that's, as far as I'm concerned, is an entirely reasonable conclusion that significant effects might well extend up to 7 kilometres.
Thank you. The next point was there was one methodological issue between you. If you first of all, just to identify it, turn to your report at 6.1.9, and this is your criticism about combined landscape effects not having been addressed. You recall that you were then taken to CD 1.6.13. See if I can.
I have that, yes.
Which is, I'm not sure why. And it was, I think, the paragraph A 8.1.46.
I have it.
Methodology. It, as I understand it, as I recollect it, because I can't place my hands on it at the moment, as I recollect it, it indicates that the interaction with Mid Hill, and this is under the title cumulative effects, is taken into account in scenario 1.
That's what it's claimed as, yes.
My general question to you is this: how well or otherwise do you consider the EIAR or the AI properly identify the combined effects of both of Mid Hill Wind Farm as is and Fetteresso as it would be in the future?
My understanding is that they've assessed the additional of effect in terms of their assessment of cumulative effect. So, including scenario 1, all they do is they take cognizance of the fact that the existing turbines are there, but only insofar as they suggest that that reduces the sensitivity or the magnitude of effect of the proposed development. They don't assess what the combined effect of the two would be. And that's just obviously an issue of difference between us.
And how important is in your view, is to have regard to the combined effect of the proposed Fetteresso and Mid Hill Wind Farm?
Well, if that were the case, then certainly visual effects would extend over a far greater area than was suggested, because the argument is that there are existing turbines there, so harm has already been experienced by the visual receptor in terms of, or effects have been already are in the baseline. So you have to place the new effects in the context of existing effects. So therefore the additional effect will be mitigated, if you like, by the presence of the existing turbines. An assessment of a combination of them would be greater as a consequence, because you'd have the combined totals of effects of both the existing wind farm as well as the proposed development.
Thank you. If we can move on from there. Shortly after that, you were asked about the Pershore Hill turbine, and it may be helpful just to go to Fig 4.35a, which is CD 1.12.36.
Unfortunately, I've deleted it, so I'm going to have to download it. So you'll have to bear with me. Okay.
Thank you. You were asked questions about the rotational speed of this, what I certainly noted as a 79-meter turbine. But is that turbine going to be read in any way or compared to the clearly more distant Mid Hill and or Fetteresso Wind Farm?
Sorry, no, it isn't.
Sir, the question answer there was clearly a leading one, and an answer was yes, it is. If the answer is yes, it is to a re-examination question, it's pretty clear that the witness is being led to the matter rather than how it's been read or what has been read, and effectively that is not allowed in re-examination. I just flag it because otherwise what we get is a series of propositions to which the witness says yes to, and that is not re-examination. That's effectively independently giving evidence to which Mr. Steele then agrees. And I don't want to make a big point of it, but that was just a very leading question rather than allowing Mr. Steele to answer the question of how partial is read in the landscape.
With respect, it wasn't. I asked him a very open-ended question about whether it read with it, to which his answer could be yes, no, or something else. So
it's not an open question.
But I will note Mr. Innes's concern.
Thank you.
Would, insofar as would the different rotational speed of the Pershore Hill turbine be compared with the other turbines in the figure that we can see?
Yes, you would see the difference, because clearly the smaller turbines, the rotor would be rotating faster, and there would be a difference between the speed of the two different sizes of turbine within the Fetteresso and Mid Hill grouping of turbines. Now, the point that was made was I didn't know exactly how many times that turbine would rotate, but obviously that would vary with wind speed. The key point is, and the principle is, that the smaller the turbine is, the faster it rotates. It's as simple as that.
I don't know whether you caught that, Mr. Steele. Is there any reference to rotational speeds in either the EIAR or the AI or Mr. Denny's written evidence?
No, there isn't, but none that I could find, certainly.
Next, you were taken to viewpoint 4, I think, and which is CD 1.12.24. That's the.
I have it.
And you were taken to figures A and E, but can I ask you to turn to the photo montage at figure F, please?
I have it.
Mr. Innes made a number of points. One is that the proposed new turbines, particularly I think 1 and 2, filled in a gap between in the lines of the mid-hill turbines. First of all, in terms of the view from this location, is there of the current mid-hill wind farm, what's your view as to how logical or otherwise the design is?
The design of the existing wind farm and its extension, they put a great degree of care into ensuring that there was a degree of consistency. Now, there are going to be variations in the density of turbines, but from that view, you can see that there isn't any stacking, for instance, and there's a reasonable distribution of turbines within the wind farm area.
Do you consider that filling of gaps, as Mr. Innes suggested, is an improvement?
No, because of the self-evident difference in scale of the turbine. It doesn't relate, and it would appear incongruous sitting in that gap.
And in terms of scale, size, difference, and perspective, bearing in mind that we're looking at these turbines here from the side in terms of their rotor blades, so you don't get the full difference of the rotor diameters. How obvious or to the viewer from Cairn Mount would that be, in your view?
I think it would be very obvious and self-evident that the additional turbines that have been put in are of a different scale to the existing ones, and that would disrupt the coherence of the existing design and be contrary to the design approach adopted for the mid-hill 1 and mid-hill 2.
So I hesitate to interrupt. But the point I took the witness to was number 5, Clap the Ben. And I thought we were in CD 112.24.
Yes, so did I. I thought we were looking at viewpoint 4.
Yes, we were meant to be looking at viewpoint 4. We're just about to come to Clacknaben as well.
I never went to 1.2. I only looked at Clacknaben.
My comments were on viewpoint 4.
Well, my cross-examination was on viewpoint 5.
So if I've made a mistake, that's my mistake. Let's turn to viewpoint 5, and I'll ask you questions. If you have CD 1.12.24, figure 0.23a,
I have it.
do you think filling the gaps is an advantage or a disadvantage? And adds to the design or otherwise in this, from this viewpoint?
The same comments apply.
And just for completeness, if we turn to figure 4.23F, again, in terms of, and here we have, it's easier to discern the rated diameters. But what do you say about the apparent difference in scale in this visualization?
The scale's particularly marked. I think and all the more so because the turbines are seen against a landform backdrop, and in particular against forestry in this particular instance, which is a darker backdrop still. So the contrast is even greater.
And then you were asked a series of questions with reference to a number of viewpoints, which I think did include an amount, by reference to the differences between the theoretical visibility of hub heights on figure AI 4.2, which is CD 1.12.3, and the theoretical visibility of blade tips, which is CD 1.12.4.
I have both of those.
First, maybe an obvious point, but are they to the same scale? Did you hear my question, Mr. Steele?
Sorry, I thought I answered that they're of a different scale, and therefore, so that the figure 4.3 is just 10 kilometers extent, so therefore the information on it's more detailed. If you blow up, or as I can on my screen, the other drawing, it becomes very pixelated.
You can blow up CD 1.12.3 on screen to give you some better definition. But one of the points that Mr. Innes made repeatedly was that one would be simply seeing blade tips. What is in fact, how much of the blade might one see if it's showing visibility of blades in figure 4.3? What's that actually telling the reader of the document as to the extent of the blade that one might see?
For blade tip, that basically means the extent of visibility, whether you can see the whole of the wind farm down to the base of the tower, right to where you can only see the tip of the top blade when it's in a vertical position. So it's that full range.
Now, you agreed with Mr. Innes that the more you see of a turbine, the greater impact it is likely to have, both in landscape and visual terms. I think primarily.
Yes, as a rule of thumb, yes.
But in terms of landscape impact in particular, if you see, and I think you asked about both viewpoint 4 and viewpoint 5 in this regard, if there are areas of ground near viewpoint 4 and viewpoint 5 where there are only 7 to 8 hubs visible, or perhaps only 4 to 6 hubs visible, but 10 blades visible. Does the fact that, how important is the fact that there are a limited number of hubs visible in determining significance of impact on the landscape?
Well, perhaps a better example is AI figure 4.35a, which is the view from Auchenblay, where there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hubs visible. But the effects there would certainly be significant because of the scale of the turbines that are being installed. The other turbines, you can just see parts of the blade, but the fact that you can see a substantial proportion of 6 of the turbines is enough to trigger a significant effect finding.
Thank you. And in the same regard, if you look at viewpoint 11, which is figure 4.29a CD 1.12.30,
I have it.
one can see that there are a number of blade tips visible, a number of hubs visible. And just to provide again, if we just have regard to the F drawing, which is giving you the, as the eye might perceive it, view. Again, to what extent it is important in assessing significance of impact at that point that there are only possibly 5 or 6 hubs actually visible, but some blade tips visible?
The EIA found visual effects at this point to be significant, even though there are, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hubs visible, and quite rightly so. And one of the key points that I was making here is that due to the screening effect of the forestry, the vast majority of the Mid-Hill 1, Mid-Hill 2 turbines won't be visible at this point. So therefore, the principal effect at this point is solely down to the proposed development. And that applies to other viewpoints with a similar elevation and similar distance from the proposed development to the southeast of the development. So the key point here being, and the reason that landscape effects might extend this far, is that it's effectively the proposed development is introducing the characterization, the turbines as a characteristic of that particular view and that landscape.
Is in that answer, is it appropriate, as Mr. Innes did, to simply concentrate on figures 4.2 and 4.3 where the orange colouring is, and if not, what regard should you have to the other colouring in terms of visibility and landscape impact?
Well, I think I said at the time and drew attention to the viewpoint at Auchenblay, where there isn't any orange in terms of hub heights, which is slightly odd when you compare it with the actual visualization, which shows that there's 6 hub heights visible at that point. I suppose that, no, that's correct, because the point is that, so I'm just trying to zoom out, that it will be within a green area which is 4 to 6. So you've only got 4 to 6 hubs visible at that point, and yet the effects for both landscape and visual effects would be significant.
And I think before we leave viewpoint 11, you were criticised in your report for not making reference to a nearby turbine or turbines. Was your report intended to be a full analysis of the views from every viewpoint considering?
No, the report doesn't include a detailed assessment at each viewpoint. They're basically observations on the content of the submitted documents.
We can go to it if anyone wants me to, but obviously the EIAR and the AI in their discussion of those viewpoint 11 note, unsurprisingly, the presence of the adjacent wind turbines. Was that a factor you left out of account when giving your evidence on the impact on viewpoint 11?
No, not at all. If they hadn't referred to them, then I would have addressed that as a observation on that assessment.
It was put to you that you overstated landscape effects as you over-concentrated or made your opinion on the basis of figure 4.3 and not 4.2, and that had you undertaken it properly, you would have agreed with the EIAR report and the AI that there was a limit to 5 kilometres of a landscape effect. I think you rejected that suggestion. But what I want to ask you about is, in terms of the turbines that were removed, or Mid-Hill 2, and the environmental assessment in respect of that proposal, what impact were the wind turbines that were closest to Auchenblay, for instance, deemed to have on that proposal as the design stages were being considered?
The EIA for Mid-Hill 2 concluded, following public consultation and the responses that they received at the time, that the turbines on the southern and southeastern edges were unacceptable. And I use that word advisedly because that's the word they use in the document. And as a consequence of that, and as part of mitigation of those effects that were identified through that public consultation process, they deleted 3 turbines and then repositioned the remaining turbines to the north and northwest, so that they made the turbine layout more compact, if you like, and moved it away from Turf Hill. The proposed Fetteresso development essentially reinstates that mitigation, but not with turbines of an equivalent height to Mid-Hill, but turbines that are substantially larger. So the simple logic is, if the Mid-Hill 2 EIA found that the turbines in those locations were unacceptable, it is clearly evident that the proposed development turbines, which occupy a similar area, are even more unacceptable because of their scale and number.
So I hesitate to interrupt again. The question was about put in a way that these were formally part of the assessment, which, as far as I was aware from the evidence that we heard about this matter, was not the case. It was part of the design iteration that were removed, not part of the assessment. The second point is it doesn't arise from matters that I raised in cross-examination, because I didn't cross-examine on this matter. So what we now have is Mr. Steele in a cross-examination saying it's not his role to judge acceptability and other related matters, now changing a position, having been led to material which was not subject to the cross-examination. I just flag it, and I would invite you to note that that was not part of the cross-examination, as it does not arise out of it.
Mr. Finlay?
Well, I simply don't accept that. I put Mr. Innes put a general conclusion that Mr. Steele had overstated the landscape effects on in a broad in a concluding broadside on the point by reference to figure 4.3, and I'm entitled to re-examine Mr. Steele in response to that, and Mr. Steele is entitled to refer to other assessments which would suggest that he hasn't overstated landscape effects. So whilst Mr. Innes may note it, in my submission it was a perfectly fair question.
Okay. Well, I have a note of that discussion earlier on. So, okay. Anyway, point noted. If you'd like to proceed.
Thank you, sir. In a similar concluding remark shortly before we broke for lunch, Mr. Innes said words to the effect, and I don't suggest these are an exact quote, that there's never a perfect solution, but how the designers have approached the problem is important, and the resulting the result reads well, and you rejected that. But I just want to ask you about how designers have approached a problem. In landscape and visual terms, how important is it, in your view, for designers to have appreciated the design ethos and iteration process of previous wind farms, of which this one is to be an extension?
As far as I'm concerned, it will be the starting point. Clearly, if one is going to design an extension to an existing wind farm, one has to be cognizant of the design principles that were applied to that original wind farm. Otherwise, there is a risk that you would be contrary to those principles. And certainly, if mitigation was offered as part of that previous wind farm application, and your proposal basically just replicated turbines that were taken out as part of the mitigation process, particularly as it arose from a public consultation process. And whilst Mr. Innes said that I referred to acceptability there, I did so advisedly, because that was the term that was used in the Mid-Hill 2 EIA. It's not my word, it's their word.
Last subject I want to reach during cross-examination is this. You were taken to the landscape capacity study at length, and as one of the excursions from that, you were taken to the CD 3.6.9, the special landscape area documentation, and you spent some time looking at the Forester Burse and the Braes of the Mearns SLAs. Whilst Mr. Denny assessed the impact on those SLAs, did he draw anything further from them in the way that Mr. Innes was putting matters to you? Does his evidence cover those points?
Not as far as I'm aware, no. I don't see that either in his evidence or in evidence in chief or cross-examination. And
does in terms of the EIAR or the AI, whilst it of course considers all the SLAs in the vicinity, does it seek to draw conclusions about from the fact that the proposed site isn't within an SLA in the same way that Mr. Innes was putting questions to you?
No, they don't.
Even accepting Mr. Innes's point, maybe a lawyer's point, not all lawyers' points are invalid. Is it appropriate to draw conclusions from the fact that a particular area hasn't been included within an SLA to give less weight, for instance, to the Highland boundary fault line?
No, that's wholly inappropriate, as I was trying to explain, because the feature and the prominence of the feature extend beyond the boundaries of the SLA.
And indeed, is it, and I don't know whether this is the ultimate approach, I don't think it was put to you, but would it be appropriate to try and identify an SLA as a subtype of a landscape character type?
I've never come across an occasion where that's happened. No.
Yes, thank you. I have no further questions, Mr. Steele.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finlay, and thank you, Mr. Steele, for your contribution to the inquiry.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll not close the inquiry session because we do have tomorrow morning when the Community Council and others will make their presentations. So I'll kind of leave things just there for now. But Mr. Innes, before lunch, I think you spoke, well, I think you said that by lunch we might have this plan showing the turbines, the 5 turbines that you believe are not the 110 meters. I don't know what progress we have with the preparation of that plan.
So yes, apparently it's been circulated to other parties, and I think it's been currently submitted to DPA.
All right, okay. I've not received anything yet. I shall make an inquiry of my office during the break. Okay, thank you.
So perhaps I could confirm that we've had that.
Super.
And we've also understand that the website, I think you have an extract, historical extract of the website. If I can just give you the reference.
Yeah.
714 has been changed to reflect the position as shown in the plan. The one outstanding query I had of Mr. Denny is whether the visualizations depict those 5 turbines at 110 or not. And that obviously that may be a matter that I'm not asking for an answer to that now, but that's still an outstanding query in order to assist your understanding of the visualizations.
Okay, thank you. Well, perhaps we can spend some time on that tomorrow morning once we've heard from the third parties, just to clarify that matter. So, I mean, I don't know whether the intention is to have your landscape witnesses available if it's going to be a short discussion on the preparation of that plan.
So it wasn't my intention to recall Mr. Steele or have him available. I think he's giving his evidence. It would just, I'm simply asking for a factual.
Okay, thank you.
Question, no more than that. And I think Mr. Innes would be surprised if Mr. Steele reappeared. I quite understand why Mr. Denny is due to appear, because other parties may have questions for him or he may wish to respond, but I wasn't proposing that Mr. Steele be here, unless that would assist you.
Okay. No, thank you for that clarification. That's fine. Mr. Innes, is that the case for tomorrow morning? You will have Mr. Denny available? Super. Thank you.
The intention was to have Mr. Denny available, and we'll see where things arise from, because I think it was essentially to afford some opportunity to engage with third parties who wanted to perhaps have questions asked or whatever. So we're quite happy to have that arrangement in place. Insofar as the 5 turbines that are at 110, the environmental statement throughout its material identifies that there are 5 turbines at 110 meters dip, and the ones as sort of submitted on this plan were assessed, and I've had confirmation that the visualizations were based on those figures that are set out in this plan, and as I reported in the environmental statement.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, would it be appropriate to take, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes for people to organise themselves and get cleared up and other witnesses in place? I don't know if 20 minutes is sufficient, or would you need a little bit more time?
20 minutes would be fine, sir, I think.
20 minutes should be fine.
Oh, okay. Well, let's take a break then and reconvene at 3:20. Okay, thank you very much.
So can I just check you can hear and see us?
I can certainly hear and see you, Mr. Finlay. Yes, Mr. Innes too. I don't have anybody else on my screen so far.
Just in case we had the same problem as after lunch.
No. Okay. Mr. Strawn, I see you have returned. I take it you're just observing the proceedings this afternoon. Thank you.
Unless, of course, there is an opportunity to question. If there is an opportunity, then I would be glad to be a part of it.
Okay, well, not really. Okay, it's the hearing session is going to take a different form today. It's basically a discussion led by myself, and you may recall that when we had the pre-examination meetings, there was a general invitation for people to express whether they were going to take part or not, or simply observe. So, but anyway, you're more than welcome to observe the events this afternoon. Okay. So can I just check, are we ready to go? Are we everybody organised? Okay.
So I was going to suggest that we might introduce ourselves, given that it's a new format to the hearing, and given Mr. Strawn's position, I thought it might be sensible if we perhaps introduce participants, and then if somebody was picking up the live stream, they'd understand exactly who was speaking when.
Indeed, and I've made a note to do that in my introductory remarks. So, okay. So, and do you have the same arrangements? Is your witness going to be in the same room as you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Finlay, I'm not entirely sure whether your image is frozen or whether. Ah, there you are. You've moved. Excellent.
Several people wonder about that, whether I've stopped breathing. Okay. But no, I'm here, and I have on my right Mr. Hewitt, and bearing in mind the comment this morning, we've hopefully included both our names. It should appear on the screen, as the list of attendees. Again, I disclaim all responsibility for that piece of magic.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So I think we're ready to make a start. So, well, good afternoon. So for the benefit of those joining proceedings for the first time or viewing events on the website, my name is Andrew Sykes. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, known as the DPEA. And I've been appointed by the Scottish Ministers to hold an inquiry to consider an application by Fetteresso Wind Limited to construct and operate the proposed Fetteresso Wind Farm, located approximately 15 kilometres west of Stonehaven in Aberdeenshire. This afternoon's proceedings will take the form of a hearing session on the topic of planning and renewable energy policy, and a further hearing session will be held in due course on draft conditions. The hearing is being broadcast live to the DPEA website. Also, a video recording of the meeting will be retained on the website until ministers have taken a decision on this matter. By taking part in this virtual hearing, you are consenting to being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information relating to them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping an historical record and making those records available to the public. Now, we've been having a few difficulties with sound and vision. Hopefully those difficulties are behind us, but if anybody does have difficulties, then please speak up, draw our attention either to me or to Callum, and we'll see if we can resolve them. Okay. Now, I trust everyone's received an agenda for the hearing session. I will lead the discussion based on the points listed on the agenda. Now, I've read the hearing statements, so there's certainly no need for parties to repeat their cases in full. But as we go through the points on the agenda, there should be plenty of opportunity for you to put your point of view across and give me the information that I require. There will be no cross-examination of those taking part, but you may ask questions of each other through me if you don't understand something that is being said. And I will be taking a note of our discussion, so I may from time to time ask you to slow down so I can capture everything that's being said. Now, I'd like to take a note of people taking part this afternoon. I think I'm aware, but for the benefit of those viewing the recording, I think it would be appropriate for us to introduce ourselves again. So, Mr. Innes, perhaps I could start with you, please.
Yeah. Yes. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Colin Innes, and I'm a partner in the law firm of Shepherd Wedderburn, and will be co-appearing this afternoon along with Mr. Hutchison. Just a brief background to myself. I'm a qualified solicitor both in Scotland and England and Wales, and also a legal associate of the Royal Town Planning Institute. My experience involves advising on a wide range of development projects, but particularly a very diverse and extensive range of energy projects. And in that regard, as well as advising on onshore wind projects throughout the United Kingdom, I've also extensively advised in offshore wind projects in Scotland and England and Wales. I'm also involved in other related energy projects and some of the newer technologies as well. Against that background, I'm very familiar with the policy framework that applies both at the UK and Scottish level, and I'm involved in a number of organisations which engage in that process as well. I'm now going to ask Mr. Hutchison to briefly introduce himself and give you a bit of background to it.
Afternoon, sir. I'm Ewan Hutchison, member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. I've been working in planning in a Scottish sense for 28 years now. Started off in local authority and in policy development and development management. So I can provide a sort of perspective from that side of the fence, if you like. But since 2008, I've been working in the private sector, primarily dealing with energy projects and primarily working on the applicant Fetteresso Renewables current portfolio of projects, several of which have been consented following public inquiries over the last 2 to 3 years. I've been involved in the Fetteresso project since around about 2010, 2011, when Fetteresso Renewables first became involved in the release of then Forestry Commission land, and have overseen its development right up to the current time. So I can hopefully help to provide some background information to some of the questions that might arise.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Finlay.
Yes, my name is James Finlay. I'm a Queen's Counsel at both the Scottish and English bars. I've got extensive experience of wind farm work in Scotland. Sitting beside me is James Hewitt, who's a planner with Aberdeenshire Council in the Strategic Development Delivery Team. And he has set out his experience in the statement insofar as it is relevant.
Okay, thank you. And from the screen, I know we've got Mr. Clapham of the Community Council and Mr. Strawn, who are observing this afternoon. So you're more than welcome to observe. Okay. Well, firstly, can I thank both parties for the statement of agreed matters on policy issues. It certainly proved very helpful in preparing for this discussion. And secondly, I note that the Scottish Government has issued a consultation paper on a refresh of its onshore wind policy statement. I think that was issued late last week. The document's been added to the core list of documents, and I'm happy to hear what the parties have to say regarding its publication. Right, moving to the first item on the agenda, I note that there's no disputes between the parties regarding decision-making framework, climate change targets, the applicable UK and Scottish renewable energy policy in this case. With regard to renewable energy policy, I note that both parties agree that it should be afforded significant weight in the planning balance. Now, the exact weight it should be afforded, as noted in the statement, is a matter for me and the Scottish ministers. However, I would be interested to hear the respective positions of the applicant and the council on this matter. Mr. Hutchison, perhaps I could start with you. I just wonder, how important is the renewable energy framework in the consenting balance in the determination of the application that's before me?
So I'm going to address this first, and I'm going to hand over to Mr. Hutchison. I think
I beg your pardon. Thank you. Yeah.
It is important, and I think one of the things when we talk about the energy policy framework, it's quite important to understand that actually it's underpinned by legal requirements. So whilst I think it ultimately may end up in being policy, the key issue is that the Climate Change Scotland Act, which was set out the changes to, occurred in 2019 and passed by the Scottish Parliament in September 2019 with the increased targets, the interim targets of 56% by 2020, this 75% by 2030, which was a key change as the bill went through Parliament, and 90% by 2040 and net zero by 2045. That now, through Section 44 of the Climate Change Act, that exercising functions of public body must exercise them in a way that best calculated to contribute to delivery of the targets set out in that. So it is very important to set that framework, because it doesn't need policy implementation. It is already there. The second point about that, and so we've got the targets, and we've set out that there's a 2020 interim target as well. And one of the big changes in relation to the climate change legislation is the fact that Scotland's chosen to set really ambitious targets for this decade to get to 2030. So we've been moving on about 1% per annum, and suddenly at 2020 to 2030, we need to go 1.9% per annum to achieve that 2030 75%. And then you can see that from 2030 to 2040, it's only a 15% reduction in that decade. And it recognises that technologies are there if we apply them to effectively get that drive to hitting that 2030 target of reduction of 75%. So that's the first point. I say the targets are very important, and all the indications are that we're currently missing our targets, and we've given the most up-to-date figure at 2019, which discloses that we're missing those targets. The second point is that the public bodies under Section 44 have to do is also deliver exercising the functions in a way that best calculates to help deliver any programme laid before the Scottish Parliament under Section 53. That, again, is often missed, that it's actually a legal basis that the climate change plan has, and therefore the update that we have been submitted at CD 526 is actually a document that's formally approved by the Scottish Parliament, and it's laid before it for that purpose, and it then has a basis which is higher than just a policy document in terms of Section 44. What I would say, though, however, is that if one actually reads 5.26, the climate change update, in many respects, it's not written in a sort of binary form that you might say is a very strict policy framework. What it actually does, and I think particularly with the update, is the best way of looking at it is it identifies all the areas of subsequent Scottish policy that really need to be updated in order to help drive the ambition to achieving the climate change targets. It's therefore quite a hard document, I think, to deliver, because quite a lot of it is approaches, and it isn't really formulated in a hard and fast rule type setting way. It's almost how we get there through a series of subsequent measures of developments of plans and strategies. But there is a section specifically on electricity which I'd encourage you to read. And in the context of onshore wind, it's mentioned at pages 19, 43, 61, 85, 88, 145. Sorry.
Do you want to run those by me more slowly, please?
Yes, 19, 43, 61, 85, 88, and 146. And it generally supports the development of both on and offshore wind resource. But it doesn't set any specific targets in that regard. In terms of further capacity, paragraph 3.1.32, it does give an indication of 16 gigawatts of additional capacity. It's likely to be at least required to achieve the 2032 targets, which are also aligned to this. So that is an indication of a scale of additional capacity that's likely to be required. So in my submission, that's another key document to have regard to, but I'm not so sure that it's that easy to apply in the same policy way as we would perhaps apply an SPP, because the phraseology and the language of the document isn't really couched in that way. And what's interesting is I think a lot of it's directed, if you read it, at directing other parts of government to get on and support various actions, as opposed to being designed for decision makers taking a development consent decision. So I think that's really the context behind that document. And I think that probably sets it in context. And finally, in relation to those duties, which we undertake in a way that it considers most sustainable. Sustainable does in the Act have a definition in terms of section 92, looking at and relating it to the UN UN Sustainable Development Goals. And they're actually also referenced in, if you look at the NPF position statement right at the start, there's a reference to Scotland aligning its policy objectives with those UN Sustainable Goals. They're far wider than climate change. They also involve a range of other facets of wider policy, but they are geared towards a 2030 timeframe, those UN Sustainable Development Goals. So it sort of ties in with why 2030 has been considered quite an important date in Scotland. And I think what I would say on sustainability is, obviously it comes back into SPP, and some of the SPP definitions, the Brunton definition, which is exceptionally broad, and then we get principles and we'll come on and discuss it. But basically, in terms of where we sit in sustainability, if we do not respond to climate change, the fundamental and basic goals of sustainability will be failed. We will not have achieved that. It is the greatest global challenge in relation to sustainability, even on the Brunton definition. So in my submission, when all these matters are considered, significant weight attaches to the benefits of the response to climate change and the benefits that this project derives from it in the overall planning balance. What I do not say is that it directs an outcome. I want to make that perfectly clear, because it's sometimes suggested that when you put it that way, that it directs an outcome. It doesn't. There are still other factors that obviously have to be brought into bear. But where we are, the targets that we've set and the timescales, I don't want to preempt where we're going with the additional document, but the additional onshore document is very much part of that climate change plan. And where I see this changing is that when we did the offshore in Scotland, the offshore strategic plan, it gave an indication of scale of potential deployment. and that's sort of being mirrored in the latest onshore draft that's currently being consulted upon. But in light of where that document is, it is an approach which is obviously being consulted upon, and the weight at the current time that can be given to a draft that's at this early stage of development is limited, but I think it clearly sets a direction of travel. And clearly, if one reads the text, it is part of that follow-on from the climate change plan of how we end up getting to it. Because if you look at that document, the key justifications and approaches that are driving it are the climate change agenda. So it is driving that key policy objective, but it doesn't start from a base of nothing. It starts from the statutory base of climate change targets and a framework around how that gets taken through. I think that's probably us, so if that's helpful on that particular.
Okay. Thank you. And I was going to direct the same question to the council. I don't know if you want to respond to that, Mr. Finlay, or Mr. Hewitt.
I'll ask Mr. Hewitt to respond first, and then I may have a few additional comments following.
Okay, thank you. If Mr. Hewitt is speaking, I can't hear him.
Might help if I unmuted. I'm so used to muting when I finished, I was doing it automatically.
Okay.
My apologies,
Okay.
Mr. Hewitt.
Okay, Mr. Hewitt, on you go.
Thank you, sir. Hopefully you can hear me this time.
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay. I think from the outset, it's quite important to be clear that the council does acknowledge and indeed appreciate that there is a rather vast and growing amount of climate change and renewable energy policy out there. I mean, at this point, it seems to be growing every single day. Really at this stage, it's comprised of a number of strategies and statements, and we wouldn't contest that these deserve to be afforded a significant degree of weight in the decision-making process. However, that would be caveated by saying that whilst these documents provide a picture of the wider challenge and how it might be addressed, there is still that shortfall, which I'm quite glad that Mr. Innes referred to as well, that they don't give direction. And I do think that as a council, it would be quite presumptuous of us to try and second guess what form they may take whenever they get thought through to more direct policy decisions. I would highlight as well that when we're considering these documents, it is very important to note that they do not contain a direct spatial element insofar as directing which parts of the country should house particular bits of energy development, which leads to the question of how do we fill in that gap? Because as we go through these documents, it is very clear, and it comes through in things such as the onshore wind policy statement. And again, not wanting to jump too far ahead, but there are references within that document, for example, which refer to achieving development in the right place and in the right location, which should sound very, very similar to all of us here, because that is astoundingly close to paragraph 28 of SPP, which does really outline the fundamental principle of achieving the right development in the right location. But tying this back to the question at hand, I would perhaps say that the view of the council is that you can't view the climate change and energy policy in isolation. And whilst it deserves to be afforded significant weight, it can't be understood completely without looking at land use planning policy and in particular the fundamental principles of that. They're really two halves of the question. and need to be considered as a whole in order to achieve the site-by-site assessment for proposals such as the one before us. Thank you.
So if I can just add to that, and I fully accept Mr. Innes's point that some of the targets are increasingly underpinned by legal requirements. But just to note in that regard, sir, and to really reinforce what Mr. Hewitt has said, in the recent North Lowther decision and challenge before the court, and that's CD 715, one of the grounds of challenge was a failure to have proper regard to the 2019 Act and other matters, and the judge dealt with that at paragraphs 45 to 51, making it clear that there was the balance that Mr. Hewitt's just referred to. The Council's position, as I understand it, is that significant weight, as indeed is recorded in this Statement of Agreed Matters, should be given to the Renewable Energy Policy Framework. Nothing, hopefully, that either of us have said undermines that starting point.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Innes, is there anything you want to?
Yeah,
actually,
I've just got 2 points that I want to come back on. One is that I failed to make a reference that I should have done the first time round. That's entirely my fault. Quite often it's been articulated that the current SPP should be given less weight because it's out of date and reflects effectively comments about previous targets and therefore requires to be updated. And I took the opportunity for this session to trawl through the SPP, and I found a reference that I feel I should be brought forward, and that is paragraph 154, which is under the heading of a low carbon place, and is part of the policy principles. Paragraph 154 is one of those SPP statements which is very bold. It talks about what the planning system should do. And I think where one sees the planning system, that's its entirety, whether it's development management, planning, policy, etc. So it sets a very strong framework. Now, the first bullet under 5.154 is that the planning system should support the transformational change to a low carbon economy consistent with national objectives and targets, including deriving. It then has a footnote which says that further targets may set in due course, and it just provides one example. For example, district heating targets have been proposed. So what I say is that I think paragraph 154 actually recognises that the position regarding the transition to low carbon economy is a dynamic one. And I think even back in 2014, it recognised that there might be issues about targets being updated. And therefore, I think there is a piece in the SPP which actually forecasts that and takes it into account and says that the planning system should essentially support that. So as soon as we have the new targets, the current SPP supports the response to it. The second point is that in terms of the case that Mr. Finlay cited, the case is still within a period of 21 days from which it can be further considered. And suffice to say, I'm not at liberty to discuss aspects of that case because my firm are instructed by the party that brought the judicial review. And suffice to say that there has been material developments in relation to the matter over the past 24 hours. And obviously, those are matters which will potentially play out. So, and that's all I can really say at this stage, but I'm certainly not really prepared or consider it appropriate to discuss a legal judgment in those circumstances, where I just wanted to make it clear that I can't respond in light of what is currently happening.
Any further comment, Mr. Finlay?
Well, I'm interested what Mr. Innes has said about the North Louder case, but it is an extant judgment. The position of Scottish ministers was noted, and until overturned, it in our submission sets out the law. As to SPP para 154, I support the view of Mr. Innes, as I understood it, that it's SPP is not in broad terms out of date. Targets may have moved on, but it is supportive of the transformational change and always has been, and that we would say is reflected in Aberdeenshire Council policies. It adds to the background against which you should assess weight, but again, it doesn't contain any direct spatial element of the type Mr. Hewitt was referring to.
Okay, well, thank you for that, both. Mr. Finlay, Mr. Hutchison, I'm not sure who wants to respond to this question, but certainly in the hearing statement, reference is made to the onshore wind policy statement 2017 and the support it offers for the further deployment of onshore wind development. In particular, it highlights the importance of extensions and repowering to the quick and efficient delivery of new wind energy development. The statement also highlights the advances in technology that have led to the development of larger, more efficient turbines. And then in paragraph 25 of the statement, you cite the, you say that paragraph 45 offers formal support for the deployment of more efficient turbines. Now, I'd be interested to hear how the policy statement should be interpreted and applied in relation to the proposed Fetteresso Wind Farm.
Thank you, sir. Oh. Can you go, Mr. Finlay?
Yeah, I think it was directed to us, first of all, Mr. Hutchison. I'll ask Mr. Hewitt to deal with that.
Yes, thank you, sir. With regard to paragraph 24 of the OWPS, it is quite clear in acknowledging a technological shift has occurred towards larger turbines, and the paragraph also does go on, however, to note that this may present challenges in terms of identifying landscape capacity, landscapes with capacity for development of this scale. And I would say that that is particularly important in terms of how we can apply this or how we should read this paragraph in respect of the development at hand. That particular element of the paragraph is quite clear. That landscape should and must still be considered. The same paragraph also contains a suggestion that larger turbines may result in a lower number of turbines per installation and therefore lesser impact. However, that isn't particularly relevant to this development, given that it is an extension to an existing wind farm, and given that there is no suggestion, so far as I'm aware, of removing existing turbines in order to introduce these larger ones. So in the context of paragraph 24 and the discussion around larger turbines, I think it is worth noting that this statement postdates our strategic landscape capacity assessment. However, a simple acknowledgement that turbines are getting larger does little to impact the validity of our SLCA, which has been a key consideration, which we will touch on later. But I think that all of this is tying in, at least in the sense of paragraph 24, that things have moved on from 10 years ago, as it were, well, 7 or 8 years ago, I suppose. But the fundamental principle of assessing the landscape impact of a given development has not changed and has not moved on. Moving on to look at paragraph 25 of the document, it is very key to note that the wording of part of this is in bold, that the Scottish Government acknowledges the way in which wind turbine technology and design is evolving and fully supports the delivery of large wind turbines in landscapes judged to be capable of accommodating them without significant adverse impact. This statement is little to suggest that 180 metre to 200 metre wind turbines should automatically be approved or even favoured in the vicinity of existing wind farms. It simply acknowledges that turbines are getting larger and that there hasn't been a substantial change in position in terms of the government and policy at large still being supportive, but supportive in the context of having an appropriate assessment of any impacts, including those associated with landscape. And I would say that that approach is consistent with our local development plan insofar as policy C2, which again, in terms of timings, would predate this document, but it is consistent with it. So effectively what we're seeing here is still an emphasis on enabling the right development, or ensuring the right developments delivered in the right location. So I don't think I have much more to say on that. Thank you, sir.
Can I just add one point to that? If one looks at the passage in bold, it might be suggested by some that if there's any significant adverse impact, that would be capable of giving reason to oppose a scheme, but that's not the approach that the council has adopted here. Obviously, it's a balancing exercise, and it's not all commercial scale wind farms, whether new or extensions, will have some significant adverse impact. The question is whether the significant adverse impacts in this case can be accommodated or not appropriately, and that's a balancing exercise, and our view is that the balance has failed in this case. But we're not interpreting that literally in the sense that it is written.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finlay, Mr. Innes, Mr. Usherson, your response to that question.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I think rather than focusing on 24 and 25, it's useful to sort of take a step back and I think look at the timing of the onshore wind policy statement coming in 2017 as it did. And that was at the end of quite a long period of stability in the sort of wind farm industry, if you like, supported by the ROC system. Turbine heights had sat round about sort of 100, 125 metre mark, as we've seen at Midhill, for much of that period. The removal, or the early removal of the ROC system in 2015, however, changed that and put the emphasis on wind turbine projects having to be viable without that support. And the publication of the onshore wind policy statement in 2017 was a Scottish Government response to that position. It was, along with other documents at the time, a game changer and I think a sort of catalyst for the change that was necessary to move from where we'd been up until 2015, really through until where we are just now. And I think in terms of 24 and 25, if we may sort of just look at 23 and 26, then it sort of tops and tails those important two paragraphs. 23 gives us a bit of an indicator as to why the move to bigger turbines was necessary. It was primarily an economic one and related to economic viability. And if any further discussion on why this has been necessary at Fetteresso and in relation to Mid Hill, then that is the reason. Moving on to 24, we then have a sort of recognition that we need bigger turbines, and that shift is going to present challenges. And I think that comes from having to instigate the change, particularly in policy, that was necessary to sort of move towards projects of bigger turbines, not at that time being aligned with policy that existed up until then. So there was a need for everything to move on. And I think by and large, things have moved on in the meantime. The clock has been reset in sort of certainly in national policy terms. Larger turbines have now been accepted and being built out in a number of cases. Technology-wise, a lot of the smaller turbines that existed up until then are no longer available, and policies are slowly but surely kind of catching up with that situation. Landscape capacity studies, as we've heard earlier today, have the position there has moved on. And so we see a whole load of responses having occurred since 2017 to the publication of this document. I note and welcome Mr. Finlay's comments on 25 about the need for balancing, because I would agree that is what 25 is about. And I think if you took a very literal interpretation of the bold in 25, then you would effectively render the rest of the document to be worthless. I think there's a note in the second part of 25 to our planning policy, and I think that refers quite specifically to the 2014 SPP. And that Scottish Government at that time felt that SPP had sufficient sort of flexibility to accommodate the changes that were required. And then I think if we move on to 26, you can see that there will continue to be an onus on both developers and consenting authorities to address fully and transparently the impacts associated with increasingly larger turbines. We, as in Scottish Government, will continue to monitor the challenges and opportunities arising from proposals with larger turbines as applications come forward, and to consider whether any future action might be required. So I think we see that reflected in the decisions that have been made since 2017 and in the most recent publication of a new draft onshore wind policy statement, which moves the discussion on further. And I dare say in due course, when the draft MPF4 is published. So I think overall we see an evolution from from 2015 to the current time, within which the onshore wind policy statement was very much a catalyst for that change. The changes happened in most cases. I think really the sort of one exception in this case to that position is that that the council have maintained a position which goes all the way back to 2010 and haven't really moved on, maybe in the way that the onshore wind policy statement might have envisaged. If I could just come back, sorry, to the second part of 24, in relation to fewer but larger turbines, presenting an opportunity for landscape improvement, as well as increasing the amount of electricity generated. Mr. Steele, in his evidence took us back to 2015 scoping request that was submitted by Fetteresso Renewables for the Fetteresso proposal, and it was for 17 turbines of a similar scale, I would suggest, to what was proposed, or what is now being built out at Midhill. The accommodation of those 17 turbines, which I would suggest amounted to probably 2 megawatt turbines, 34 to sort of 40-ish megawatts worth of power. But as you can see from the layout, spread across a much wider area of Fetteresso Forest. And what we've seen in the evolution of the Fetteresso Wind Farm has been sort of pulling back from that more extensive layout into a much more contained layout with fewer turbines, larger turbines, but generating the same, roughly the same capacity, but in a smaller area and with less extensive landscape impact. So I think all in all, the evolution of the Fetteresso Wind Farm is a useful sort of case study, if you like, of the kind of progression of these paragraphs in the onshore wind policy statement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finlay, do you want to come back on anything that you've heard Mr. Hutchison say?
Yes, so just a number, I think 3 short points. First of all, obviously the whole document, AWPS, has to be read as a whole, but particularly the sections we've relied upon are under the title of efficiency, just above para 19. And the question that these paragraphs thereafter are aimed at is to whether efficiency should be a material consideration in the section 36 consenting process. The answer was that it shouldn't be, and that remains the position. So whilst matters have moved on, as Mr. Hutchison said, in many respects, the second point I would state that in our submission, what hasn't moved on is the determination that the right development should be in the right place, and that has remained a constant. And lastly, just the specific point as to the removal of turbines from, or the reduction in number of turbines from those number first proposed. I think Mr. Denny explained, if I recollect his evidence correctly, that in any wind farm, they always start with as many turbines as they can practically fit onto the site and then reduce them in size. That's not, to an extent, Mr. Hutchison is right in his math. We've got a smaller number of some bigger turbines which produce broadly the same output, and far from us to suggest that bigger turbines are not more efficient. They are clearly more efficient, but it still has to be the right number of turbines in the right place. So, I'm not sure there's a tremendous disagreement between us on paragraphs 24 and 25.
Okay, thank you for that. I did have one particular point I wanted to pick up with Mr. Hewitt. In your hearing statement, you make a number of references to renewable technologies other than onshore wind, most notably offshore wind. And with this in mind, I wonder what scope do you think there is for the alternative renewable technologies that you refer to making a meaningful contribution to energy targets by 2045? And is that contribution a material consideration in this case?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I mean, that is referenced several times within the hearing statement. And I think it's that your question can be split up into a couple of points. The first I would say is that the use of alternative technologies in order to meet energy targets is almost a given at this point. There's been a huge recent growth in solar and offshore and associated technologies such as battery storage, and this is something that actually we are seeing in Aberdeenshire making a really significant contribution. For example, we've had Moray East and Moray West offshore wind farms, which are 950 megawatts and 850 megawatts respectively. Now, I accept that these are offshore developments, but Aberdeenshire Council was consulted by Marine Scotland. The generation capacity of one of them has now been, the reference in the title has been removed, so that could actually have ticked up the way. We've also got the North Connect interconnector, which links Peterhead to Norway with 1.4 gigawatts of generation capacity. We've got Highwind and Kincardine Offshore Wind Farm, which are both floating wind farms at 30 megawatts and 50 megawatts. And then, which altogether in terms of those proposals would be 3.28 gigawatts, and those have been approved since 2015. Doing the quick math, that's over 500 megawatts approved per year in and around Aberdeenshire. And that's not to begin to speak to the growth that we've seen in solar. So I think as a general point, the other technologies have a very important role to play in meeting these energy targets. But as to whether that's necessarily relevant to the consideration of this particular application, I think we need to tread very, very carefully there, because the application needs to be considered on its own merits and shouldn't necessarily be influenced by hypothetical future developments or hypothetical competing developments. So as a council, I don't think we would give that very much, if any, weight in assessing the application. But it is useful in building a wider picture of what's happening in the energy sector. So thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Finlay, anything you'd like to add?
Well, just to reaffirm that it may be material, but it's something to which we're not asking you to give any weight in this case. So it's effectively an immaterial consideration as a matter of law.
Mr. Innes, Mr. Hodgson, any comment on what you've heard?
It's interesting. I mean, I was quite pleased to hear Mr. Hewitt run down a whole series of projects that we've been involved with, and excellent projects they are too. I think one of the things that's quite interesting is the development of policy response in relation to energy in particular. If I take the Scottish energy strategy of 2017, what it tends to do is support a whole range of technologies. And at that particular point of time, we had onshore wind, offshore wind, we've got heat, we've got reduction, we've got opportunities for green hydrogen, we've got opportunities for carbon capture, all technologies which potentially could have benefits in response to climate change. I think given the increase in targets, what we've seen is effectively the response to that is actually that's not really good enough anymore. If we look at the energy white paper from the UK government, CD 5.26, to a degree, effectively what they have done is said, we've got urgent needs to massively grow our energy sector by 2030. What technologies are capable of delivering that capacity within that timescale? And then have said that basically it's electricity is the key provider in relation to future energy over this time period to meet the immediate needs of the climate change emergency. And to a degree, that is a decision that's been taken, it's expressed in the white paper, and it's clear and unambiguous in terms of the support it's giving to renewable electricity. And I think that's an important change. And we flagged up in our hearing statement about the key aspects. What it drives you to is that the proportion of power need in the UK and the proportion that's going to be driven by electricity is likely to significantly increase and grow in the future as we shrink effectively those forms of power which give rise to carbon. So the issue was, how are we going to deal with that? I think a very clear vision has been accepted for a period. And that, again, is not saying that other technologies won't have a role to play. As we've seen in the past couple of weeks, we've had announcements about carbon capture technologies for testing to see whether that might be capable. We're still at that stage of doing demonstrators. Equally, in the green hydrogen sphere, there's a lot of activity at the moment with demonstrators and seeing whether that will fit or not. But those are not at this stage selected at that global scale to say this is where we're going to push. Equally, what we see in the Scottish sense is the movement from the 2017 position of effectively, we've got a whole range of technologies that might be relevant, to much more focused strategies. So in terms of offshore wind, we've had the first strategic round. The process is ongoing in terms of selecting those sites, and that's happening at a scale. And equally, when we start seeing the latest onshore wind policies refresh, again, rather than talking about general support, we're talking about a scale of ambition over a particular period of time. And the difficulty in putting it bluntly, 2030 in electricity terms is not that long away. If we talk about consents and when they can actually get built by, bring them back 3-4 years, and to an offshore wind farm, bring it back a lot more than 2-3 years. It will be a lot more time to actually bring it to fruition. The actual decision making to achieve the 2030 targets is getting exceptionally tight, and also we then have to plan for grid to manage that. So all those things are driving this having a clearer set piece as regards certain technologies to enable a clearer picture of are we going to make it to the target and what do we actually need to happen. And I think we're getting to the stage of greater ambition. And that's not to say, for example, a very good example is the Scottish Government last month published their heat strategy, which is a very good and clear focus as to how we decarbonise heat and looking to opportunities in that respect. It's not there's only one technology or a couple of technologies, but a lot of heat strategies will also require electricity to drive, whether it's green hydrogen or indeed at domestic scale heat pumps. All those have to be seen as to where the energy demands to drive it are going to come from. And at the current time, clean or renewable electricity, in a Scottish context, very important, and in the UK context has also happened. So I think looking at that technology piece, actually, the idea that we just move forward with a general support appears to be dissipating. So actually, we need to be clearer about scale and ambition and what we're going to deliver. And I think that's being reflected in, as I say, the updated policies as we move forward post-2017. And as I said, it's not decrying. I mean, we are seeing lots of projects involving solar and wind in Scotland's quite a good mix, because quite often there's when the solar's not working, the wind is. So it's a quite good mix in terms of use of grid. So we're seeing all that coming forward, but I don't think it dissipates that we've got such a short time to achieve these targets that government's beginning to really drive home, as opposed to leave it fluid.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Mr. Finlay, is there anything further you wish to add, or can we move on?
I think we can move on. I don't think there's any disagreement, really.
Right, super. Okay, thank you. I wanted to turn to the second item, which is about national planning policy and in particular sustainable development. And I'd like to discuss the presumption in favour of sustainable development set out in SPP and the importance that should be attached to it in the assessment of the application, especially as the development plan does not enjoy primacy in the determination of the application. I'll probably start with Mr. Hutchison. Perhaps I could ask you to explain why the applicant considers that the proposed development should attract the support of the presumption in favour of sustainable development and afford a due weight in the decision-making process. And I'll ask the same question to you, Mr. Hewitt, in due course. But Mr. Hutchison, if you could perhaps start us off.
Certainly. I think in terms of the weight, from the outset, it's described as a principal policy in the SPP. So principle, I think, speaks for itself in that regard. We've gone through the detail of the sort of checklist that exists in the SPP. Don't intend to sort of go through that again. Mainly, I think it's coming back as Mr. Innes suggested earlier, to the sort of intention, purpose, and definition of sustainable development and what it is we're trying to achieve. The SPP specifically adopts the Brundtland definition of sustainable development, that is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And I think this week, if that was ever in question, then we're going to have to look at things in a different light. If we don't act now, if we don't do something meaningful, then the ability of future generations to meet their needs is significantly compromised. So I think that has to remain the headline there. I'll just pick up that climate change and mitigation and adaptation are specific bullets within paragraph 29. They're both, again, specifically defined in the SPP. Climate mitigation being the reduction in the amount of greenhouse gases being released into the atmosphere. And then the adaptation being defined as the adjustment in economic, social, or natural systems in response to actual or expected climate change. So there's a sort of, again, an expectation that we need to adjust and move on inherent in that. As I say, the proposal, as well as addressing the specific bullets in 29, specifically allows these sort of broader issues to be addressed. And I would say, conversely, ignoring them or downplaying the importance of them goes against the principal intention of the SPP. So yeah, I think we can spend all day going into the detail, but I think those are the main sort of
okay
headlines from our side.
Okay. Mr. Hewitt, the same question to you.
Perhaps I might.
Oh yes. Okay.
Jump in first. The first point, sir, is that the presumption is intended to operate in a context where the development plan has primacy, but it clearly doesn't have primacy in this context. Second point is that, notwithstanding that, bearing that in mind, the presumption in SPP is still capable of being applied in a case like this and giving additional weight to a proposal in favour or against it. Paragraph 29, I think probably everyone's agreed, is not a tick box exercise. There are factors in paragraph 29 which may support the proposal, which will support the proposal. There are factors which go against it. Whether or not the proposal is for sustainable development will be derived from your assessment as to whether overall the policy is supported by paragraph 29. And so that in our submission is the headline approach you should take. I shall now ask Mr. Hewitt if he wishes to add anything on any particular aspects.
Thank you, James. I think Mr. Findlay has covered most of the points. The only additional things that we would really raise in respect to this, and you'll be sick of hearing me say this throughout this session, but the presumption in favour doesn't equate to automatic or unequivocal support for a development without proper assessment being carried out, and the proper assessment underpins the balance that is to be struck at the end of the day whenever a decision is being made. As Mr. Hutchison said, we could spend a long time going through the points in paragraph 29 and going through them piece by piece. And I don't think there's a huge amount of disagreement between us in the vast majority of cases. We certainly do recognise that the proposed development would contribute towards combating climate change and certainly the benefits associated with the production of renewable energy. Where the council does have particular concerns would be in the point around protecting, enhancing and promoting access to natural heritage, including green infrastructure, landscape and the wider environment. And a lot of that has already been covered by Mr. Steele and his evidence yesterday afternoon and this morning. But really, I guess the key point for the council would be in respect of that the landscape, we mustn't forget that the landscape is a resource as much as anything else, and does deserve to have a value placed on it. Obviously, the weight that you place on it, sir, will be for you to come to in your determination here. It is quite a key part of it, but as can be seen from the evidence to date, from the committee report, the council is placing a rather great deal of weight on the landscape, and therefore the landscape impact is significant. In terms of SPP and how this feeds into our local development plan and the materiality of the development plan, we absolutely accept that the development plan does not have primacy in a Section 36 application. However, it's worth bearing in mind that our local development plan has been formulated with SPP as a consideration, as a very important consideration. It has been subject to examination, and there was no issue found in relation to our local development plan or its adherence to SPP. So we are quite confident that our policies align with the aims of SPP. I'll end there. Thank you, sir.
Okay. I think we'll come on to talk about that a little bit more later on. But before we do move away, before we do discuss this PP spatial framework in the context of the development plan, I actually just wanted to be clear on the nature of the disagreement between the parties in relation to that part of the site which lies within a Group 2 area. That's where I think proposed turbines 1 and 2 would be located, as defined by the framework. Mr. Hutchison, if I've understood the applicant's position correctly, the argument is that as the areas of deep peat and priority peatland habitats have been avoided, you've undertaken detailed surveys and you've made design changes. The application site as a whole can be regarded as having the properties of a location within Group 3. And I wonder if you could clarify that, the applicant's position for me, because it is flagged up in the statement of agreement as an issue where there isn't agreement.
Yeah, I think you've summarised our position there. The site is primarily in Group 3. There are small pockets of peat and carbon-rich soils as defined by SNH, which are located within the site boundary, which we've been aware of, which have been assessed and which have been taken into account in the design and mitigation measures that form the development. Those have been discussed and agreed with the relevant consultees to the point where they have been accepted by those consultees, and therefore we would take the line that which is in that Group 2 has been satisfied in the manner envisaged in Table 1, and without that constraint, the site is in essence wholly, or has the equivalent of being wholly within a Group 3 area. I I think it's a principle which the applicant here has gone through in another site at Paul's Hill, and that position was accepted by the reporter in that inquiry, and that application was subsequently approved.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hewitt, perhaps you could explain the council position on this matter, please. I mean, has the applicant not demonstrated to the council's satisfaction that any significant effects on the areas of deep peat and priority peatland habitat can be substantially overcome by siting and design of the proposed turbines? Or Mr. Finlay? Sorry.
I'll ask Mr. Hewitt to deal with that.
Okay.
Sure. Yes, and I mean, this is one particular aspect of the development that has given us a particular headache. I would start by saying I think it's a matter of fact that parts of this development site are clearly Group 2 in that they are deep peat and priority peatland habitats. Then that's something that was certainly highlighted by consultees, if I am recalling that correctly. So as a starting point, this obviously raises flags for us as a council to make sure that it does comply with our policies in respect of this. In coming to our position, we did have cognizance of the consultee responses, particularly from, as they were then, SNH and SEPA. And it is covered within our committee report that as an organisation, we decided not to object on the basis of peat when taking into account the comments, particularly from SEPA, that they felt it could be overcome through appropriate conditions. As for how this fits into how we treat the application at this stage, I would still maintain that it's a matter of fact that parts of the development site do cover or do contain deep peat and would therefore be Group 2. However, bearing in mind that the micrositing condition has been agreed between the parties and does take into account the various points raised by SEPA in their consultation response, their latest one that is, that the site could in effect be treated as Group 3 for this particular aspect. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, turning to the third item on the agenda. This is dealing with the development plan as a material consideration. And again, I'll start with you, Mr. Hewitt. The Aberdeen City and Shire Strategic Development Plan was approved in August 2020. And the report on the application proposals were presented to the Council's Infrastructure Services Committee in November 2020. Now, I note at paragraph 2.9 of the committee report, it states that a full assessment of the application against the strategic development plan, as well as the local development plan and other material considerations, has been undertaken. But when I read the report, I couldn't find any reference to paragraph 615 of the strategic development plan, and this deals with sustainable development and climate change. Nor indeed could I find reference to figure 7, that's the spatial framework for wind farms, that's on page 43 of the plan in the report. Now, you briefly discussed these matters in your hearing statement, but I'm interested as to why they're not addressed in the report to the committee, particularly as the applicant claims that the council has failed to give sufficient weight to what they have to say in the consideration of the application. Are these not important considerations in the determination of the application?
Thank you, sir. I would agree that the strategic development plan is an important consideration in determining many applications in Aberdeenshire, and indeed this one. As for it being explicitly covered within the committee report, the development plan is generally contained within the policy section. Perhaps it should have been more explicit within the discussion. There should have been a more explicit discussion of that particular part of the strategic development plan, and I would take that on board. But I would say that discussions around sustainable development and considerations around sustainable development have very much been part of the assessment of this application, as a lot of this does carry through to our local development plan. I'll refrain from going too deep into that, obviously, because that's not what we're focusing on at this precise point in time. But if I move on to your second point, I believe you asked there about figure 7 of the strategic development plan and the differences between that one and the local development plan. In the context of this site, there isn't really any significant difference insofar as that I can see, in that it still identifies the groupings, and the group 2 areas within the strategic development plan map appear to line up with those within the LDP map, which are both the based on the peak constraint. I hope that's answered your question. If I have missed anything, I apologise, and please let me know.
That's fine. I'll ask the same question to Mr. Hutchinson, and I wanted to understand the applicant's position on this matter, particularly as you've raised the issue that perhaps proper consideration hasn't been given to those aspects of the SDP. And in doing so, could I ask you to address two things? Mr. Hewitt's alluded to it there, but what are the differences between Figure 7 set out in the SDP, and the spatial framework map on page 74 of the LDP? And then, as a follow-up, what importance do you think I should attach to the contents of Figure 7, the spatial framework, and the determination of the application?
I'll maybe sort of take that in reverse slightly and come to Figure 7 in due course. I think generally we would suggest that the SDP provides a greater level of support for the development, and I think that stems primarily from it being a more up-to-date policy document, which has taken greater cognizance of the various policy changes which we've already discussed here today, that have kind of emerged since 2017 and in the meantime. So I think throughout the SDP we find a document which is much more aligned with national policy, through its support for climate change and other sort of topics of that nature. I think coming into the specifics of it in 615, I think there's also support for the point we raised earlier on about the consideration of alternatives. 615 quite openly recognises the need to tackle the supply of energy during the planned period. It notes the additional need for heat and for power. It notes that there is additional capacity for onshore wind within the area, on top of offshore wind and on top of other opportunities for other technologies. It also recognises the long-term need for various forms of heat pumps, which again will require electricity, as Mr. Innes suggested earlier on. And then it specifically comes down to sort of Figure 7, which identifies the strategic areas pretty much as the SPP would expect them to be delivered. And I think this is where we come into the difference between the strategic plan and the local development plan. By comparison with Figure 7 in the SDP, which provides the Group 1, Group 2, Group 3 areas, the LDP, the equivalent figure in the LDP, introduces additional levels of constraint which go directly against the requirements of the SPP. The LDP is also, as we suggested, an older document. It was adopted in 2017. at the time where we've discussed earlier, where this kind of watershed and policy started to kind of kick in. So it's perhaps less reflective of those changes that have happened in the meantime. So if we're comparing the two, I think the SDP is definitely the one that should have more weight because of that alignment, because of its being more up to date, and because it doesn't seek to extend beyond requirements of the SPP. So I think I would disagree with Mr. Hewitt that there are no significant differences between the two. I think there are very notable and significant differences between the two, and that in that situation, the weight needs to be given to the SDP.
Okay, thank you for that. Come back to you, Mr. Hewitt. Is there anything you'd like to add, having heard what Mr. Hutchison has had to say?
So I'll ask Mr. Hewitt to deal with point first, and then I want to add to it.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that with respect, when it comes to figure 7 of the SDP, when I was saying there isn't a significant difference, I was saying that in the context of this particular site, looking at the map now, I fail to see a particular difference other than perhaps the colours within the diagram there. Yes, the one within the local development plan is derived from the strategic landscape capacity assessment, but it still fundamentally does link back to the groupings contained within SPP, and both figures would identify parts of this development site as falling within Group 2 due to the environmental constraints associated with peat. But I don't believe I would have much more to say in respect to this.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Finlay.
So the only point I was to add in defence of Mr. Hewitt, which may be easier for me to do, but in paragraph 5.3 of the report, for instance, the Kincardine-Mearns Area Committee, which is CD 8.2, he deals with the strategic development plan in a broad sense, referring to its objectives and policies, and clearly a supportive sense. But he then makes the comment that the local development plan will continue to be the primary document against which applications are considered. And certainly in my submission, that's an appropriate way to deal with it, to avoid an already lengthy report becoming lengthier. But in our submission, for the reasons that Mr. Hewitt's given and I've given, and that the appropriate weight is given to the renewable framework in the report, no criticism. You should make nothing of the criticism.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the LDP and the guidance contained in the Strategic Landscape Capacity Assessment, which underpins the application of policy C2. Again, coming back to you, Mr. Hewitt, before we discuss compliance or otherwise of the proposed development with the requirements of policy C2, I'd find it helpful if you could start our discussion on this topic with a summary of why the guidance contained in the Strategic Landscape Capacity Assessment remains relevant, particularly given that it was prepared prior to the publication of the current SPP. I know we've touched upon this briefly, but I just want to be clear, get this chronology right in my understanding of why the Council considers it to be relevant.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the Strategic Landscape Capacity Assessment has been quite a large point of contention within this application. Looking specifically at the chronology of the document, I believe it was compiled around 2013. And I think it's important whenever we're looking at the document and looking at the age of it, or actually perhaps I'll come back to this point later on. The document was put together in 2013, which does predate SPP, but the document is also a core aspect of our climate change policy within Policy C2 of our existing local development plan, the Aberdeenshire Local Development Plan 2017. Looking at those timescales, it becomes quite obvious that reference to the strategic landscape capacity assessment within the local development plan means that reference post-dates the adoption of SPP. The relationship between the strategic landscape capacity assessment and the local development plan would be characterised as planning guidance, in that the document doesn't form part of the LDP, but does assist in the interpretation, does form I would say, a very useful tool when it comes to applying Policy C2 to wind energy developments, and particularly large-scale wind energy developments. So I would highlight the point, and I believe I've done it in my hearing statement and within the committee report, that the strategic landscape capacity assessment has survived contact with reporters before in the examination of the local development plan, and there were, to my knowledge, there were no significant issues or concerns raised about the nature of the SLCA at that particular point in time. I think that when we are looking at the age of the document and perhaps into arguments around how approaches may have changed and how that may affect materiality, I can speak to that now, or if you want to leave that separately, I can come back to it. But I would highlight that it, and again, I believe Mr. Steele referenced this morning, the opening paragraphs of the strategic landscape capacity assessment do note that it is based on sensitivity. So it does actually incorporate a sensitivity assessment as a key part of that document. And indeed, as of not last night, the night before, it was still listed on the NatureScot website as an example of a sensitivity study. So to all intents and purposes, I don't think there should be significant concerns about the approach. Perhaps there's a discussion to be had about how we use it, and I'm happy to move on to that at a later point. But in terms of your specific questions about the chronology, yes, the Council acknowledges that the SLCA was compiled some time ago, but fundamentally has the underlying landscape character or landscape of Aberdeenshire changed to the extent that that we should no longer refer to this document. I personally haven't seen anything to suggest that, but I don't have anything else to say. Thank you.
Okay, well, that might be an appropriate point in which to ask Mr. Innes if he has any comments on that particular point, or those points that's been made by Mr. Hewitt.
Yes, sir. Obviously, I wasn't allowed to make this morning to Mr. Steele, so I'll be very brief. The fundamental point about the capacity assessment is the approach was premised on the SPP from 2010. That allowed, through the SPP, for planning authorities to effectively articulate the view that parts of the authority were at reached capacity, and therefore no further wind farm development should take place. That is absolutely at the heart of that particular capacity study and the approaches and the judgments. And you can see that even from looking at the individual landscape character areas, that's the approach that the author has taken. And I think the difficulty with that is once you start from the wrong premise, you can never really capture what you're trying to do. Because if it's always saying no based on a landscape basis, then that's going to reach a particular conclusion. And ultimately, as we saw this morning, the conclusion is that there's nowhere in Aberdeenshire that you can put a turbine over 125 metres is the guidance, apart from a few smaller scale schemes from 80 to 125 within agricultural landscapes to the northeast, the predominantly preferred areas or areas with strategic landscape capacity as alleged. So the first point is it proceeded upon a policy position which fundamentally got altered in 2014. And what I say is that the reason why that matters is that if you properly construe the SPP at paragraph 162, that there's two parts to the equation. First of all, both strategic and logistical development policies working together where required should identify where there is strategic capacity for wind farms and areas with the greatest potential for wind development. Now, if you start from that attitude, in my submission, you might well get a very different answer to those types of study, as you've been positively trying to find areas with the greatest potential for wind development. And the problem that is intrinsic with this capacity study now is that since shortly after the SPP in 2015, effectively all market support was removed for onshore wind. So fixed schemes, which are largely the agricultural scale turbines, which are predominant in Aberdeen, removed. And secondly, ROCs were removed from smaller renewable energy projects, all projects, but that particularly affects the economics. So if you could say that the whole of development of those schemes in the capacity study and referenced are all premised on the fact that at that point in time, the developers had a forward knowledge of what return they would get, which included the value of the electricity and different forms of public subsidy. So to that extent, effectively, the rest of us in the electricity system were subsidising the deployment of renewable energy, and in particular onshore wind. At 215, that all gets wiped, so it stops. So the game's changed. The fundamental premise now is that we now need to find ways to deliver onshore wind in a way that does not have that public subsidy. Now, to date, and this is where it's pretty important to understand these things, to date, what has happened is projects have been brought forward and a power purchase agreement entered into with end users to buy the output of wind farms. You've probably seen Tesco, Amazon, etc. Have bought outputs from wind farms, and that's allowed some elements of development to occur in the absence of any market support. But what that does is it means that the deployment of onshore wind has been quite slow and piecemeal, but we've got a change now, and that's through the auction rounds, which are referred to in the UK white paper, is that these are effectively a process whereby consented projects can bid in at a strike price to get a guaranteed income. So that means that they know what they're having to potentially bid at to potentially get taken. So all these economics are now coming to the fore, and for the first time was auction round 3. We got the islands, offshore islands in Scotland, were allowed to bid in onshore schemes. So that's the first time we've been able to establish were the Scottish schemes price competitive, and a number of them won in these downward auctions. In December, January this year, auction round 4 opens, and there is a pot, and onshore wind is now included in it. So onshore wind in Scotland can bid into that process. But let's be very clear, the pot is going to be highly competitive. It includes solar, and Scottish wind has to compete with, for example, English solar, with very different grid charges. So all that's going to drive a very competitive outcome to this process. So when we talk about the greatest potential for wind development, it has to be seen in the context of what is deliverable. We need areas and sites that we can actually deliver into, and that is really where the 2007 onshore wind policy statement came from. Was saying, how do we do that? And one of the reasons why they identified extensions as being a potential opportunity is clearly the existing infrastructure makes it quicker and cheaper to get these developments off the ground than if you're starting from scratch. So that there are inherent efficiencies associated with extension projects. But as I say, coming back to 162, a strategic capacity and areas with the greatest potential for wind development, you cannot ignore the context of the 2017 onshore wind farm statement when you consider these matters. And in my submission, when one considers these at the round, these have a significant bearing on the weight which can be attached to the findings of the capacity assessment, because there's been a fundamental alteration on national policy, the economics, and the deliverability, and it changes the character of the pressure. That fundamental issue about what sort of onshore turbines are we going to have in the future, and how they're going to be funded and built and paid for, and how they're going to earn their keep. That's all changed, and that's really critical to understand in terms of the deliverability. And ultimately, that's what this is trying to achieve, a policy framework that actually delivers onshore schemes to meet the climate change targets. So if you ultimately have a capacity study that actually is no longer fit for purpose at that level, then the conclusions arising from it, in my submission, come to have very, very limited weight, if at all. Because simply put, if this was carried forward, there would be no substantive onshore wind farm development in Aberdeenshire, because the capacity study says no.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Finlay, no doubt you'd like to come back on what you've heard from Mr. Innes.
Yes, perhaps 3 points. First of all, in terms of the fundamental alteration of position, what Mr. Innes's submission amounts to is that it was an error for the reporters to have agreed that the local development plan should include in C2 a reference to the capacity study. And in our submission, that takes matters far too far. Second point is that Mr. Innes has referred to lots of developments. Whilst that may form part of the background to general consideration, developments in the market and the like, it doesn't undermine the approach taken by the council. And the third point is just to remind you of what approach the council did undertake in again using the Kincardine and Mearns Area Committee Report CD 8.2. At paragraph 6.2.6, it sets out that the guidance in the capacity assessment is a material consideration. It sets out that it provides an indication of capacity, and it sets out that it is only the starting point for the assessment. And it concludes paragraph 6.2.6 by saying that the principle of development may be acceptable if there are no significant effects identified on the environment and where suitable mitigation can be agreed and secured if appropriate. And the no significant effects must be read in the same way as that phrase is used in the OWPS, no unacceptable significant effects. There's then further discussion in the report of the capacity study at 6.5.6, and again, but the conclusions at 6.5.45 to 6.548 make it clear that the matter has been approached properly, and indeed the last conclusion at 6.5.48 is that it can be stated that regardless of the overarching assessment of the capacity, so leaving aside the wind capacity assessment, the proposal remains unacceptable due to its siting and scale. So in our submission, as Mr. Denny agreed expressly, and indeed had written it in his report, it is a starting point. That's how it's been used. And read as a whole, the use of it in the report is entirely acceptable, notwithstanding its age.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm just looking at the clock. It's 5 o'clock, but I only have two further questions. Is everybody okay to carry on? Just yeah. Okay. A question for Mr. Hutchinson. The image of Mr. Innes seems to have frozen. Are you able to hear me, Mr. Innes, Mr. Hutchinson? Ah.
Are we back?
You're back. Okay. I
think the last I heard was Mr. Finlay was dissecting the committee report and trying to suggest that the way in which the capacity study had been presented was balanced. So that was the last I heard of it.
Would you like to hear what Mr. Finlay had to say? I mean, Mr. Finlay, would you be good enough to perhaps just repeat what you said?
Is it lengthy?
I'll try and give it a summary to Mr. Innes, who can probably imagine what I was saying anyway. But I referred first of all to paragraph 6.2.6 of CD 8.2, and I referenced paragraph 6.5.6, and then I referenced conclusions on the landscape and visual aspects at 6.5.45 to 6.5.48, and read out the opening words of the last paragraph, which make it clear that conclusion was reached regardless, would have been reached, to object would have been reached regardless of the overarching assessment of capacity. I think that hopefully that's a fair summary.
Thank you. Any response, Mr. Innes, or you're quite happy?
I was going to just raise one matter, sir, which is obviously what you say in the committee report and what you tell the Scottish ministers. The objection is that the development site lies within an area of no underlying capacity for new wind energy development, and it's an area of significant protection due to sensitive landscape and high visual prominence, which are matters directly derived from the capacity study. So however much there was discussion about committee report and considerations, the objection is formulated in that particular fashion. I think the other thing is, before we leave policy C2 and the capacity study, I think policy C2 needs to be considered and interpreted appropriately. And I think Mr. Hutchinson has a few points he'd like to make on that front. Or are we slightly mixing and matching the agenda?
No.
Are we?
No, certainly I was going to come on to asking about policy C2, so perhaps that's an appropriate time. I mean, yeah. Just before you froze, or while you were frozen there, I did say it's just after 5 now, but I only have a couple of questions, and whether you're okay just to carry on for another 10 minutes. Okay. Yes. So I was going to ask why the applicant believes the proposed development complies with the requirements of policy C2. So I'll pose that question for you.
Over to Mr. Hutchinson.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I think first and foremost, C2 is supportive of renewable energy generally. The first paragraph and then in the second paragraph, we will approve. So it starts off on a positive note, if you like. It then goes on to mention the strategic landscape capacity assessment, but it's a passing reference. It's there is no requirement to comply in any way with that. It's simply flagged up as being a relevant consideration. I think we have, as we've explored over the last couple of days, considered the content of that document. What we haven't done is given it the same weight in the decision-making process that the council clearly has as Mr. Innes has just set out in the RFO. And then we kind of come back to this, is it the right thing in the right place? Well, I think if we go back to, if we ignore the reliance on the capacity which is set out in the SLCA, then we come back to the SPP position that this is in primarily a Group 3 area, which means it is in the right place. And I think through the detailed design, we've shown that it's also the right development in the right place. I think we've ticked off all the sort of detailed elements which set out in paragraph 3 of C2, and sorry, and then the rest goes on to sort of other sort of technologies. So I think fundamentally our position is that we comply with the requirements of C2, and we fundamentally disagree with the council's position as set out in its RFO.
I was just going to add one bit of gloss to that, which was I think you should just construe development plan policy giving its ordinary meaning. And I think that second paragraph of C2 is a series of measures that you can have regard to. And it says the capacity assessment is a relevant consideration. Now, the degree to which the relevant consideration would also have to take into account other factors as well. Certainly in terms of policy C2, it does not support the view that the conclusions of the capacity study should just be applied. It's a consideration. And ultimately, the conclusion in C2 is that all wind farms must be appropriately sited and designed and avoid unacceptable environmental effects, taking into account the cumulative effects of existing and consented wind turbines. Now, we have differing views on the margin of our landscape and visual assessment. In regard to the overall acceptability of the application, we've made our position very clear, but that seems to drive that policy ultimately to a series of things you'd have regard to, but ultimately is one where you've got to decide whether or not a particular wind farm gives rise to unacceptable environmental effects. And that is what we say is the policy test. The rest is helping you evaluate material. But at the end of the day, that's a policy test. The rest is what you to have think about. And that's why we say that when properly construed, it's clear as to just articulate the view that if you don't comply with the capacity study, you don't comply with ultimately acceptability of landscape and visual effects.
Mr. Hewitt, do you want to come back on what you've heard from Mr. Innes and Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, thank you, sir. The first point I would make is to say that the committee report should be read as a whole, as I believe it's quite important to look at the full considerations that have been undertaken in order to understand the position of the council. There's a slight suggestion that I've simply picked up this strategic landscape capacity assessment and looked at it, said no capacity, and used that as the basis solely for the decision. And I would say that there is really quite an extensive landscape and visual impact, landscape and visual assessment carried out within the committee report, so it should be read in its entirety. Of particular interest, I would say, would be paragraph 6.5.47, which deals with how we have considered the proposal in relation to policy C2, and does note that that in terms of policy C2, we would consider it to largely fall within a Group 3 area, which suggests that there may be capacity for wind turbines subject to detailed consideration. And it is quite a relief to hear Mr. Innes agree that we have largely the same interpretation of the policy. in that it is generally supportive of renewable energy. But it does come down to the third paragraph of that policy, of policy C2, which in relation to wind farms, in part states that all wind farms must be appropriately sited and designed and avoid unacceptable environmental impacts, environmental effects, taking into account cumulative effects of existing extended wind turbines. So I don't think we have a fundamental disagreement in terms of approach. It does come down to the fact that as a council, we consider the landscape impact to be unacceptable, largely due to the scale and siting of the turbines, as alluded to in paragraph 6.5.48 of the committee report. But I don't think I have much else to add to this.
Okay. Mr. Finlay, would you like to add?
No, I think Mr. Hewitt's dealt with that perfectly adequately.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any specific questions regarding the application of policy E2, as I'll come to my own conclusions on the acceptability of effects of proposed development on the landscape once I've thoroughly considered the evidence that's been presented at the inquiry. But I just wanted to give the parties an opportunity to bring anything to my attention that they consider important in respect of policy E2. So perhaps start with Mr. Hutchinson. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Just one final question, sir. In the last comments that Mr. Hewitt made there, he said that in reaching their conclusions, the council undertook if I heard him correctly, that the council undertook an extensive landscape and visual assessment. Could I ask through you, sir, if Mr. Hewitt could confirm who undertook that landscape and visual assessment?
Yes, Mr. Hewitt. I mean, you did refer to, you gave me some paragraph numbers, which you said set out how the application had been considered. Was that 6.5.47? And I think that's where you make mention of the landscape and visual impact analysis. So, yeah, was that carried out in-house, or did you appoint consultants to do that?
Yes, sir. The landscape and visual section of the report is section 6.5 in its entirety, and perhaps just to clarify language, as you have just said there, it was a landscape and visual analysis of the information that was submitted as part of the application, and it was carried out in-house by myself as part of the assessment of the application and formulation of the report.
So just to make it clear, I can understand why Mr. Hutchinson may have led to the conclusion he did, but Mr. Hewitt wasn't suggesting a independent assessment had been carried out. He was referring to the assessment in his report, which is a perfectly proper way of using that word, but in the context it is capable of being misinterpreted. So analysis would be the better way of describing it.
Analysis, okay. Does that answer your question, Mr. Hutchinson? Okay. I was just going to come on to policy E2. I don't know if you would like me to repeat it. What I said was I didn't have any specific questions regarding the application of policy E2. I'll come to my own conclusions on that once I've considered all the evidence on landscape and visual effects. But I wanted to give both you, Mr. Hutchinson, and you, Mr. Hewitt, if you wanted to bring anything to my attention regarding the application of policy E2. So, Mr. Hutchinson.
I have nothing specific, sir. I think it comes down to an assessment of acceptability.
Mr. Hewitt?
I would agree, sir.
Thank you. The fourth and final item on the agenda was about approach to landscape assessment. Now, obviously, I heard a lot about this this morning and yesterday, in fact, but I just wanted to perhaps touch upon landscape assessment and the promotion of landscape sensitivity studies over landscape capacity studies. And I wanted to think about it in a planning perspective. So I'm interested from a planning perspective to hear the views of the parties on the role of such studies, their pros and cons in the assessment of planning and Section 36 applications. So, Mr. Hutchinson.
So I think we've rehearsed our position throughout the last couple of days. I think used in the correct manner, they have their place, and that place is to inform the initial design and assessment, but at a strategic scale. And I think our position is founded in the position of the draft SNH guidance and the Aberdeenshire's own strategic landscape capacity assessment that set out that they should be used in a strategic sense, but certainly not used in the detailed determination of applications.
Thank you.
So perhaps I can respond to that on behalf of the council.
Yes, please do.
So our submission, they're a relevant material consideration. Secondly, they're a starting point, but not a finishing point. And yes, they are strategic, but the draft document that was being discussed this morning has actually rather contradictory comments. In one point, it says it shouldn't play any part in development management considerations. On the other hand, it says it's a material consideration. Properly understood, it does have a role to play in a development management decision, but that role should be as a starting point and not as a finishing point.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. So I've got one point I wish to make on this.
Please do, Mr.
It's really in relation to its role in Section 36 decision making at a national level. I think there's an inherent tension between what's been produced to date in terms of capacity studies and the current conflict is this, is that they have simply failed to keep up with the technologies that need to be deployed in order to deliver the renewable energy targets. So what that invariably creates is a capacity study which creates an inherent conflict with proposals that come forward. We've got this inherent conflict between effectively what we need to produce to be viable in the modern 2020s and capacity studies that are looking at typologies that are simply not viable and are not, as the SPP, identifying areas that are suitable for wind power development, because the suitability for wind power development is dependent on it being feasible and deliverable. And I think if we take anything from the draft NatureScope document about typologies, you can see specifically in relation to wind farm developments, not only once but twice, do they say that the key issue is understanding the future development and the deployment of these appropriate typologies. And I think one of the problems is that inherently what the capacity studies are currently doing is saying that this landscape can only accommodate a turbine up to 125 meters, as opposed to saying where if we had to locate a turbine over 150 meters within a council area, should it go? And that's the problem, is that it creates this inherent tension, and we end up with what I can call the slightly sterile two-day debate over which a document which obviously in submission make it comments about its age and relevancy. But that is primarily a cause, or effectively we're not really having the right debate about this document because it can never really, has not caught up 2050 and it's not caught up with the consequences of turbine development. And therefore we've got this inherent conflict in the planning consenting system of background documentation not meeting what we're trying to actually consent. And that puts us permanently into conflict and ends up with us debating these at these sessions. And what I think is interesting is if you look at the I'm not going to make great grandiose statements about the onshore wind policy statement refreshed, because you can read it as a whole. But I think there's one point that I do wish to raise, because I think it's relevant to this particular aspect, is that paragraph 4.42. It sets out that Scotland's most cherished landscapes are a key part of our natural and cultural heritage and must be afforded the necessary protections. Now, what we do see there is most cherished landscapes must be afforded the necessary protections. And I think, you know, coded word most cherished, I suggest national scenic area, national parks is probably a euphemism for those words. And others will no doubt debate it, but they're clearly using a threshold. However, we also need to recognise that climate change and our net zero ambitions require decisive action, will change how Scotland looks, and that we will need to deploy significant volumes of onshore wind generation over the next decade to help us meet our challenging legal obligations. This is likely to comprise modern, efficient turbines, which will maximise the generation possible at each site, and a mix of current technologies and taller turbines. So this consequence of, if you accept where we're going, and if you accept paragraph 4.42, if that were to become the policy, it then ties back into that statement within the NatureScot document about having to take policy into account when you're formulating your sensitivity study. And there, I think we would thereafter begin to align the policy statements in relation to onshore wind with the sensitivity analysis. And I think that's really what's been missing at a general level, and has resulted in us constantly battling and debating where we should put larger turbines, because in part there is an inherent conflict from start with most capacity studies with the scale of turbines that are identified as being necessary in 217 and in this onshore thing, which is a difficult place for the planning system to find itself, because if we're trying to forward plan, we want to have what we have as background documentation to the decisions being formulated in a way that assists that, rather than just inherently creates a conflict, which is where I think we are now.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Mr. Finlay, anything to add?
Just a very brief response to that.
Yeah.
If Malone Friend seeks to read a lot into paragraph 4.42 of the draft onshore wind policy statement, that in our submission, which is CD 415, if there had tended to be a change of approach from the right development in the right place, and it's formulated in a number of different ways, it's quite clear that that would be made express, not by implication. The second point response I would make is that, as applies to this application, and much of what Mr. Innes said, it more broadly may have some force, but as applied to this application, technology does not drive suitability of location. So technological improvements don't drive whether a location is suitable or not, which is at heart his submission, with which we fundamentally disagree.
Well, thank you. That's all the questions I had on planning and renewable energy policy. I don't know if I just wanted to give an opportunity, perhaps, for either the applicant or the council to bring anything else to my attention before we close the session. Mr. Finlay, anything?
No, sir. I think at 5:23. Quite enough.
Okay, I apologise. It's gone on a little bit longer than I anticipated, so I apologise for that. Mr. Innes, anything further you'd like to add?
No, sir. Apart from to thank you for carrying on and completing the agenda, and also I would wish to reflect the fact that the way in which this has been conducted, while we have so few issues and we've been able to have it in such a structured fashion, is that I'm very grateful for the council and the council witness for the efforts that they put in over the statements of agreed matters. It's a good example of how we can genuinely narrow issues to a short list as opposed to a long list. I just wanted to record that and say that the applicants were very grateful to the council for the assistance that they have provided in that regard.
Okay. Well, I certainly found it very helpful too. So thank you. So so can I thank everybody for their participation, and I'll formally close the hearing session now. We reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow morning. We'll pick up with the inquiry session. I'm intending to hear from Mr. Clapham first on behalf of the Community Council, and then I was going to take the local residents and other interests in alphabetical order. So that would be my intention tomorrow morning. So, okay. Yeah, just bid you good night. Thank you. Thank you.